I'd like to call the meeting of the Plaquemines Parish Port Harbor and Terminal District to order for May the 14th. At this time, the machine is open for roll call. Let the record reflect that 8 members are present. Councilmember Edgecombe will not be with us today, and that the parish president is running late due to a commitment at a funeral. At this time, I'll call on Councilmember Bartholomew to lead us in the prayer and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Mr. Terrio.
We take this moment to acknowledge Almighty God and thank Him for His bountiful blessing, especially for the parish natural resources. We give thanks to God for all His great and encourage men and women in our military who have daily risked their lives to protect our precious freedom as we pray for the world leaders and to know how to obtain world peace. We also pray that this government body comprised of both council and administration will always serve the parish with honesty, humility, and equality for all. And as this government body gathers here today, we pray for the wisdom to know the right from wrong and to courage to do which is right. And we also ask that God extend His healing hand over Mrs. Burke and Mrs. Juno at this time. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the pledge. Pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that Parish President Amos Cormier has arrived. There being no executive session, we'll move to item 3, status report by the Executive Director.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, and board members. My name is Sandy Sanders, and I am the Executive Director of Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District. What follows is my Executive Direct report for the reporting period 24 April to 14 May. During this reporting period, once again, there were many local leaders that attended the Plaquemines Parish Day at the legislature. And the port also participated in that very eventful day. There were many bonds that were rekindled during this time. I believe the legislature truly enjoys the bountiful seafood that Plaquemines Parish brings with them when they come to Baton Rouge. They certainly enjoy the bountiful amount of severance taxes we pay them. Also during this reporting period, we have had several meetings with the Belle Chase Naval Air Station Joint Reserve Base. And this is regarding the idea of introducing commercial cargo to the base. It is not a new concept. Many bases in the U.S. are welcoming a partnership with their civilian counterparts. This is a way that the DOD can reduce their costs, and also more important to us here as a community, to keep our base. We also met with an investment group that has visited Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District before. This is their third visit. And we had a reception that members of the board attended, and it went very, very well. If they do indeed follow up on what their intentions are that they told us about, they're going to be a very good strategic partner for our community. In today's agenda, we have a couple of anticipated actions. One is a resolution which extends the agreement with Arlington Ridge Group. It is a DC consulting and advisory and governmental representation services. And the second is a resolution which amends the contract for professional legal services to the port with the firm of Dwyer, Cambry, and Suffern. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my report, subject to your comments, the comments of the board, and as always, any comments from our community.
Are there any comments or questions from the table? I don't see any from the public. I don't see any. Let me just say that I want to commend the staff and all for working with the prospects that have come forward since the last meeting, and the continued work that's going on. And I look forward to one day signing a final agreement that'll make all of this effort that's been going on for some time, even in the last year of the previous administration, bringing those folks to the table. So thank y'all for the work, and look forward to continuing to move on. If there's no other questions or comments, move to item 5, introductions of ordinances and resolutions. Councilmember Bartholomew. You don't have any under the report?
No, I'm sorry.
I have none.
I have.
Have a headache now?
I have a couple, a resolution approving and authorizing the chairman and Maynard Sanders, Port Executive Director, and Chambrell Riley, Port Controller, to execute a Louisiana compliance and questionnaire to Common Air and Company, CPA, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And a resolution authorizing Maynard Sandy Sanders as Executive Director of the Plaquemines Port Harbor Terminal District to extend the agreement with Trident Holdings for the implementation of the port's master plan for an additional year and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And the third and final one is a resolution authorizing the Port Executive Director, Maynard J. Sanders, for and on behalf of the Plaquemines Port Harbor Terminal District to name and accept the proposal of the Plaquemines Parish Gazette as the official journal for the Plaquemines Parish Council as the sole governing authority of the Plaquemines Port Harbor Terminal District and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Councilmember Burke?
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Salvon?
I have none.
And Councilman Williams? None.
I have none.
At this time, that's all the introductions. We will move to item 6A.
A resolution authorizing Maynard Sandy Sanders as Executive Director of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District to extend the agreement with Arlington Ridge Group, LLC for consulting and advisory services regarding inter alia government representation at the state and federal level and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer next for a second. Second by Councilmember Lapine. What this does, this is an Arlington group that we use for consulting and advisory services. There's an existing contract with the government as well. And for the next budget, I would hope that we would consolidate our efforts and limit this to maybe one contract in the future. And having said that, I'm not increasing the fee, just accepting one of the lower fees and moving forward. If you want to talk about that, we would love to see us go to that direction. So any further comments or discussion on that item? Any questions? Yes, sir.
Cost factor.
$2,500 a month. Any other further comments or discussion? Hearing none, machine is open. And the resolution is adopted 9-0. 8-0, I'm sorry, we're one short today. Move to item 6B.
A resolution authorizing Maynard Sandy Sanders as Executive Director of the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District to amend the contract for professional services between the Plaquemines Port Harbor and Terminal District and the law firm of Dwyer, Cambry, and Suffern, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer next for a second. Second by Councilmember Lapine. This is the law firm that has been engaged in a lot of the work that has been going on, and although I guess what I would have to say on this contract is that it's in the works and it would be a detriment for us not to continue until we complete the task at hand, and I'll leave it at that. I don't know if there are any comments or questions on the item. Hearing none, and the machine is open. And the resolution is adopted 7-1. Councilman Salvant voting no. Move to item 7, new business. Is there any new business to come before us today? Hearing none, we'll move to approval of the minutes. We have a motion to accept the April 23rd, 2015 meeting minutes. Councilmember Burt offers, Councilman Juneau seconds. Any comments or discussion on the minutes? Any questions or discussion? Hearing none, the machine is open on the adoption of the minutes for April 23rd. And the minutes are adopted 8-0. Any further business to come before the port today? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn the port meeting.
Offered.
Councilman Bartholomew offers. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Lapine, and the machine is open on the adjournment. And the meeting is adjourned at 1:11. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Who's going to handle Joe's 6A1?
Kirk.
Okay.
No, not yet. You asked me a question about something else. This time, we would like to call the meeting of the Plaquemines Parish Council for May the 14th to order. The machine is open for roll call. Let the record reflect that 8 members are present. Councilmember Edgecombe is absent, and Parish President Amos Cormier and the directors are present as well. We've already had the roll call of prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll dispense with that. The executive session will be withdrawn unless the legal department has something to offer. That item will be withdrawn at this time. This time we'll move to item B, proclamation.
A proclamation proclaiming May 14, 2015 as Eileen Barth Day in the parish of Plaquemines.
At this time, I will offer and ask for a unanimous second. Any objection to a unanimous second? Hearing none. Proceed with reading the proclamation, please.
A proclamation proclaiming May 14, 2015 as Eileen Barth Day in the parish of Plaquemines. Whereas after retiring from Chevron Chemical Company, Ms. Barth worked with the United Way in a part-time capacity from 2001 to 2005. Whereas after Hurricane Katrina, Ms. Barth was asked to join the United Way in the Resource Development Division. With parish-wide devastation, Ms. Barth provided the much-needed assistance and worked tirelessly to meet the needs of Plaquemines Parish and its residents. Whereas each year, Ms. Barth has worked with the Plaquemines Parish government and various other businesses throughout the parish to raise awareness of the important role of the United Way in the parish of Plaquemines. Whereas after 15 years of representing the United Way, the parish of Plaquemines and its many residents who rely on this organization, and Ms. Barth, she has announced her official retirement. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Plaquemines Parish Council, represented by its duly authorized chairman, Benedict Roussel, and by concurrence of the parish president, Amos Cormier, Jr., representing Plaquemines Parish government, that it hereby declares May 14, 2015 as Eileen Barth Day in the parish of Plaquemines.
At this time, I'd like to say, Ms. Barth, it's been truly a pleasure. I haven't seen you in a while, but early on after Katrina, we spent a lot of time together. You did some great things for this parish. I remember you working in the warehouse, distributing items of need, and whatever was needed, you seemed to rise to the task and do. So personally, I want to thank you for your years of service, and I'm sure you might have a few words for us, but at this time, I want to personally thank you and look forward to your retirement. I'm sure you will enjoy it, but don't forget to come back and visit with us.
Oh, no.
So,
Thank
would you like
sir.
to say some comments?
Thank you.
You want to say a few words?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would, sir. I just want to say I'm so very grateful to United Way, because I never realized that when I went to United Way, you know, to help out, I never realized that I would get into a parish that I love all the people in the parish as much as I do. This was such an honor and a privilege for me to be in this parish, because you all are such great people, great people. You come together in time of need, and you're always there to help a helping hand. And I can't say how grateful I have been for all of the years I have spent in this parish. I am so very grateful for that. I will take this to my grave, believe me. And I am so happy. I'm so happy for this day. I just can't say enough. Danica, I want to thank you, honey, for all the years that we've spent together. And Danica has always been there for me and just has helped me tremendously in this parish. And I can't thank you enough, darling. I love you so much.
Pleasure was mine, always.
And I want to also thank all my people from United Way back there. And I really appreciate that. Stand up. I want them to see you. Stand up. All of you, please. We have just a second. Stand up.
And
Thank
also
you.
Leadership Council, Football Committee.
Leadership Council, stand up.
Everybody here to celebrate Eileen's birthday, please stand.
Thank you so much, sweethearts.
Cheryl Brown taking care of you.
And you, I know.
On behalf of one of the leaders for Plaquemines Parish within the United Way system, I'd like to thank Chairman Roussel and all of you today who has been so generous in acclaiming this proclamation. The citizens of Plaquemines, when they think of Eileen Barth, that's what they think of United Way. But not so much because Eileen represents United Way as an organization, but in my mind, and I think in all, it's because Eileen Barth represents a way to live. She makes a difference in everybody's life. She contributes to her fellow man and woman. And she fell in love with Plaquemines Parish as a result of a very rewarding and fulfilling career with Chevron, and retired and was able to go off into the sunset. But that wasn't enough for Eileen. She loved the people here so much that she dedicated the rest of her working career, United Way, specifically for Plaquemines Parish. And she, along with all of you as leaders, helped pull us through some of the most significant crises that we've experienced as a community. And I'd like to read the plaque that we hope that you will proudly display in your home as a result of our love and admiration and inspiration that you provided to all of us. Be it proclaimed by the Plaquemines Parish Council and by concurrence of the Parish President, Amos Cormier, Jr., that a proclamation was unanimously adopted proclaiming May 14, 2015 as Eileen Barth Day in the Parish of Plaquemines. Her dedication in working with United Way helped to provide needed assistance for the residents of our parish and raise awareness for the importance of such programs. My friend.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Barth.
Mr. Chairman, I would also like to extend my congratulations to Ms. Barth. One of the greatest gifts that we have is the ability to unite people together. We have a great country because we are united in the states of America, and we have a great organization in the United Way because they help to bring about the unity of people. And of course, we hope to use Ms. Barth as an example to unite all of the people in Plaquemines Parish for better government and a happier life. Thank you, Ms. Barth.
Thank you. Any further comments? If not, the machine is open. Charlie, vote. And the proclamation is adopted 8-0. Thank you very much. And at this time, we'll move on to a status report by the parish president.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm happy to report, after 4.5 months of being in office in the month of May of Mary, that it's been an enjoyable experience working with a wonderful council that we have in trying to improve all of the things in Plaquemines Parish. The report on the marinas is such that I know a lot of people are interested. We have sent out 247 certified letters. The receipts, we've got 117, And we've identified 49 that addresses are unknown that we're ready to move to give other people a chance to occupy those particular positions. The amount collected to date is $10,955.56. We have also, with the help of my directors, we have put together a package. All of the councilmen have received it for the adjustments in different areas that we look to, I guess, initiate more money into the coffers. Director Giles is working on the ferry fees and has presented his recommendation. Director Terrio has put forth a package for the permits and the other things, and of course the water rate fees have all been given out, the adjustments that we have in preparation for that. And we know that the council in their wisdom will make those appropriate actions at the proper time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your report. Are there any comments or questions? Hearing none, we will move to bids and advertisements. Are there any today? None? None. Move to beer and liquor license. Are there any? Councilmember Bartholomew.
None.
Councilman Black.
I have none.
None.
I have none.
I have none.
No beer or liquor license today. Okay. At this time, I'd like to move to the agenda to see if there are any deferrals or withdrawals, in case there are people waiting in the audience for items that are on agenda today that may not come up. So, Councilmember Bartholomew.
Pass order, Mr. Lieutenant.
Councilman Black. Councilman Lapine.
Item G will be withdrawn.
Okay. That's it? Okay. Councilmember Junior.
I have none. 60,
Okay. I have, we're going to work on these two civil service items that I have on the agenda today, and since they'll be falling off, I will defer them at this time. We will have some language changes.
Which one's it?
That'll be items 6B and item C will be deferred. B is in boy, C. Councilmember Burt.
I have none.
Councilman Savant.
Yes, I need to defer D as in dog.
D. Defer. Okay.
It's only 2 times that it's been deferred.
Okay. Councilmember Williams,
I have
none.
none.
So, for the audience's benefit, the items that will be deferred today or withdrawn will be items. You have one?
6F, deferred.
6, which one?
Yeah.
6F, deferred, okay. So again, items 6B, C, and D will be deferred. F will be deferred. G will be withdrawn. We'll move back to the regular item of agenda today. We'll go to building permits, construction.
Item 4A1, Palm Energy Offshore LLC, application number 2015-48, dated January 13, 2015, installed 2-inch gas lift line, West Delta Block 52 field. Councilmember Williams. Item 4A2, Dimension Energy Company LLC, application number 2015-78, dated January 26, 2015. Wheel wash, install pile clusters, drill the SL21284 Price Well number 1, install well protection structures and lower existing pipeline. Taylor Pass, Breton Sound, Councilmember Bartholomew. Item 4A3, Lobo Operating, Inc., application number 2015-117, dated February 4, 2015. Plug and abandoned wells, removal of pipelines and all associated structures, Crooked Bayou Field, Councilmember Bartholomew. Item 4A4, Chevron Ornite Company, LLC, application number 2015-213, dated March 5, 2015. Install 10 12-inch steel pipelines, Chevron Ornite Plant, Bell Chase, Councilmember Byrd. Big Rock Dock, LLC, application number 2015-305. dated April 2, 2015, install bulkhead and 2 piers, Empire Navigational Canal, Empire. Councilmember Edgecombe. Item 4A6, McMoran Oil and Gas Application Number 2015-320, dated April 9, 2015. Plug and abandon wells and remove all other structures. West Delta 24 Oil and Gas Field, Councilmember Williams. Item 4A7, McMoran Oil and Gas Application Number 2015-323, dated April 10, 2015. Plug and abandon wells, remove all other structures and flow lines. West Delta 24 Oil and Gas Field, Councilmember Williams. Item 4A8, Freeport McMoran Oil and Gas Application Number 2015-328, dated April 10, 2015. Repair existing pipelines at P-1 production facility, West Delta 24 Oil and Gas, Councilmember Williams. Item 4A9, Slavich Oyster Dock LLC, application number 2015-335, dated April 14, 2015. Install bulkhead and 2 piers, Empire Navigational Canal, Empire, Councilmember Edgecombe. Item 4A10, Walter Oil and Gas Corporation, application number 2015-338, dated April 15, 2015. Install a heater platform, walkway, and 6-inch flow line north of 3rd Bay area, Councilmember Bartholomew. Item 4A11, Hillcore Energy Company, application number 2015-339, dated April 15, 2015. Install 10-inch bulk line and 4-inch test line, Lake Washington Oil and Gas Field, Councilmember Edgecombe. Item 4A12, Texas Petroleum Investment Company, application number 2015-366, dated April 24, 2015. Install piled clusters and rock pad, drill the Breton Sound number 46 offset well, and install caisson well protector. Breton Sound area block 21, Councilmember Bartholomew. Item 4A13, Texas Petroleum Investment Company, application number 2015-367, dated April 27, 2015. Install 4-inch flow line and 2-inch gas lift line, Breton Sound, area block 21, Councilmember Bartholomew. Item 4A14, Castex Energy, Inc., application number 2015-368, dated April 27, 2015. Install 6-inch flow lines, Burwood Bayou, Councilmember Williams. Item 4A15, Hillcore Energy Company, LLC, application number 2015-369, dated April 27, 2015. Maintenance dredge, Burwood Bayou, Councilmember Williams. Item 4A16, Hillcore Energy Company, application number 2015-371, dated April 27, 2015. Plug and abandon wells, removal of low lines and all other structures. Lake Washington Oil and Gas Field, Councilmember Edgecombe. Item 4A17, Terracon Consulting, application number 2015-394, dated April 30, 2015. Drill 10 soil borings and install temporary groundwater monitoring wells. Wells will be plugged and abandoned the same day. 2309 Engineers Road, Belle Chase. Councilmember Roussel.
Yes. Is there any objection to taking these items in globo? Or anyone want to have anyone removed?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, 5 and 9.
5 and 9 will be taken separately.
Yes.
Is there any objection to taking the remainder, items number 4A 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 in globo? Hearing none, if there's objection, I'll offer those construction permits for approval. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Juneau. At this time, we will be taking items, again, 4A 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 in globo. Any comments or questions on any of them? Hearing none, the machine is open. Those are approved, 7 with 1 abstention, Councilmember Black abstaining. At this time, we will move to item 5, Big Rock Dock. Is there somebody want to discuss that separately?
You can move to do 5 and 9 together if you wish.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve building permits 5 and 9 in Globo?
Offer.
Councilman Bartholomew offers, Councilman Juno seconds. Any comments or discussion on items 5 and 9? Any questions? Hearing none. Machine is open on items 5 and 9. And those construction permits are approved 8-0. This time we'll move to item B.
Southern Oaks Mobile Home Community, Inc., Thomas Gorman Trailer Park Renewal, 300 East 3rd Street, Bellchase, Louisiana.
Councilman Black.
Offer.
Councilman Black offers. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Lapine. Any comments or discussion on the renewal of Southern Oaks Mobile Home Community? Hearing none. Machine is open. Oh. Machine is open. And the renewal is 8-0. We'll move to item C.
Highway 23 Properties LLC, George Smith, Fireworks Stand Renewal, 9418 Highway 23, Bellchase, Louisiana.
Councilmember Juno. Councilmember Juno offers. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Bartholomew. Any comments or discussion on the renewal of the fireworks stand? None. Machine is open. And it's approved 8-0. Move to item D.
Paul Tozan P&M Fireworks, Fireworks Stand Renewal, 9099 Highway 23, Bellchase, Louisiana.
Councilmember Juno. Councilmember Juno moves. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Burt. Any comments or discussion on the renewal of the fireworks stand? Hearing none. Machine is open. And the resolution is adopted 8-0. Move to item E.
Saucon Spray Trailer Park Renewal, Perry Lane, Buras, Louisiana.
Councilmember Williams. Councilman Williams offers. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Savant. Any comments or discussion on item E? Hearing none. Machine is open. And the renewal is adopted 8-0. Move to item F.
David Nielsen Storage Shed in a Floodplain, 143 Church Lane, Port Sulphur, Louisiana.
Councilmember Savant. Councilman Savant offers. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Lapine. Any comments or discussion on item F? Hearing none. Machine is open. It's approved 8-0. This time we'll move to introduction of ordinances and resolutions. Councilmember Bartholomew.
Yes, I have one. An ordinance to amend the General Fund 2015 operating expenditure budget, Recreation Department, Day Event Recreation Program, and the YMCA Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Councilmember Black.
Yes, I have a couple. A resolution supporting the negotiations and planning of Champions Park LLC Baseball Complex project from the Plaquemines Parish Government Complex property to promote Plaquemines Parish tourism and economic development and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution authorizing the parish president or his designee to undertake an investigation of the contractual obligations owed to Plaquemines Parish government to repair the damage caused to Mildred Street during the construction of the project to upgrade the St. Leon pump station, the Fort St. Leon pump station, and to report the fines of the same with a recommendation for appropriate remedial action with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan for the Emergency Generator Government Complex Administration Building Project and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of property of lots 1 and 2, Phase 1A, the Parks of Plaquemines, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, into Lot 1A, the Parks of Plaquemines, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as shown on the plans and plat of survey by Dufresne Surveying and Engineering Incorporated, dated March 17, 2015, the owner having fulfilled all of the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the Parish of Plaquemines without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government of the Parish of Plaquemines and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to transfer, reorganize, and consolidate the ambulance department and the Plaquemines Parish Fire Department, and authorizing the parish president to do all things necessary and proper to document and effect the same, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Lapine?
I have one. Excuse me. An ordinance redirecting or appropriating funds for several completed, amended, suspended, or canceled projects to the payment of obligations the Plaquemines Parish government presently owed or which will be incurred for community development block grant management services needed to maintain and close out existing grants for Katrina Rita disaster recovery, authorizing the parish president to do all things necessary and proper to document and effect the same, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Juneau?
Yes, I have two. An ordinance naming and dedicating the Belchester lockup as the Douglas James Landry Building and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to prohibit the parking of vehicles on Avenue M between Main Street and East 3rd Street, to establish a penalty for the violation thereof, to authorize the parish president to have no parking signs installed, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you. I have an ordinance to approve the assignment between Apache Corporation and Apache Shelf Incorporated as assigners of all assigners' rights, title, and interest to Texas Petroleum Investment Company as assignee in and to surface leases and mineral lease, to authorize the parish president to execute his signature of approval and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. A resolution authorizing the Plaquemines Parish president to forthwith enter into agreements with landowners to acquire fee interest in certain tracts of land required for state project number 008068 Peters Road Bridge and Extension Phase 2. And an ordinance to amend and as amended readopt Chapter 1, Article 3, Section 2-30 of the Code of Ordinances relative to creating policy for employment for all Plaquemines Parish attorneys and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That's all I have. Councilmember Byrd.
I have four, Mr. Chairman. A resolution authorizing the parish president or his designee to terminate the cooperative endeavorment agreement between the Plaquemines Parish Law Enforcement District and Plaquemines Parish government. An ordinance to amend the 2015 Road Maintenance Fund, Road Maintenance Public Right-of-Way Department, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 2015 Public Health Fund, Manpower Structure, and Operating Expenditure Budget, Health Department, Personal Services line items, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the 2015 Road Maintenance Fund, Manpower Structure, and Operating Expenditure Budget, Road Maintenance Public Right-of-Way Department, Personal Services line items, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That is all.
Councilman Salvant.
Yes, I have two, sir. An ordinance naming and dedicating the Port Sulphur lockup as the Gerald G. Bubrick Building and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. An ordinance to amend the settlement agreement between Plaquemines Parish government and Woodland Borough Pits, LLC, covering permitted operation of the Woodland South Borough Pit in exchange for the value of property to be acquired for the NOV-06 A.2 levy project and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. And on behalf of Mr. Edgecombe, Mr. Chairman, if I may, a resolution authorizing the council secretary to seek requests for qualification to retain the professional services of an attorney or law firm to represent the Plaquemines Parish Council for such advice and legal representation as it deems necessary and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Thank you.
Councilman Williams.
I have none.
This time we'll move to item 6A.
An ordinance to amend and as amended reenact Section 22-8 parenthesis 1 parenthesis of the Code of Ordinances to establish water rates, to amend and as amended reenact Sections 22-22 parenthesis 3 of the Code of Ordinances to provide for sewer fees, to amend and as amended reenact Section 22-23 of the Code of Ordinances to establish refuse fees, and to amend and as amended reenact Section 11-5, subsection 8 of the Code of Ordinances to establish new fees for additional refuse containers and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
This item is under Councilmember Edgecombe's name, but he called and asked that if we could move forward on the item. He will not be here today, and he has asked Councilmember Lapine to handle this for him.
And I'll offer on behalf of Councilman Edgecombe with changes. I passed out the changes to everyone. They're highlighted in yellow, and we want to go over them. Line 499, scratch out water use minimum monthly rate and insert $4.27 flat rate. On line 508, scratch out of usage of minimum monthly rate and insert $7.13 flat rate. Line 518, scratch out of usage minimal monthly rate and insert $10 flat rate. Line 588, I guess insert per can, was that?
Yes, per can.
Yeah, insert per can. Line 593, insert the words per can. In line 598, insert the words per can. In 603, insert the words per can. And with those changes, I'll offer and ask for a second.
Is there a second?
Excuse me, I have a comment on the resolution.
We're going to get it on the floor for discussion. Is there a second?
All right, I want to make some change.
Councilman Bartholomew, you offer for discussion?
Yes.
Councilman Bartholomew offers for discussion. Proceed, Councilman Bartholomew.
469 to 475. I think we need to delete that. I don't think that was ever discussed in the, telling the people that's at that point in time in 2025 going to be based on an index factor, the consumer index. So that would automatically increase, be another increase.
So, Councilman Bartholomew, are you offering amendments at this time?
Amendment would be just to do away with item 5.
What page?
469 to 475.
475.
It's under D5.
So you're asking to remove paragraph 5?
Yes.
469 through 475?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Councilman Bartholomew offers an amendment to delete lines 469 through 475, and what else?
That's all.
Is there a second on the amendment? Is there a second on the amendment? Second by Councilmember Salvant. Any comments or discussion on the amendment? Hearing none?
Arthur Henry from Belchie. Councilman Bartholomew, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Hey, listen, if you're going to start amending this thing, you need to put it back into the public and have a public hearing on it. Here we are passing this thing here like this. The people haven't got a right to look at this thing you want to amend right now. I think it'd be fair if you're going to amend this proposal, because it's going to affect everybody who got a house. We need to put it back into the public. Put it back to the public, have the hearings, do it the proper way. I think doing it this way, totally wrong.
The change, let me just clarify for the public's knowledge the change. It deletes the language, usage charges shall be adjusted annually beginning with July 2025, water bills, and thereafter every July water bill based on the percentage change in the consumer price index. The annual adjustment to these changes will equal a U.S. city average 12-month percentage change in all urban consumers. All items indexed CPIU are compiled by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The actual rates for water consumption and water service in effect for any given annual cycle will be published in the official journal of Plaquemines Parish. That is the language that Councilman Bartholomew is seeking to remove, and the motion is on the table, seconded by Councilmember Salvon. Any other comments on this amendment?
Yeah, I do have a comment.
Councilman?
Mr. Henry, I think what it does is it allows whatever council's in office in 2005 to reassess it.
25.
25 to just to reassess it. That's the only change. So it doesn't really change the language that we presented to the community at the town halls.
Let me make this a little bit clear. I'm only talking about the amendment on the table. I'm talking about this whole ordinance. Once you start amending it, it needs to be brought back to the public. I don't care if you change one word in it. You know, I think it needs to bring back to the public and have the public have a discussion on it. I'm here, but 95% of the people are not here. You know, this going to affect, like I say again, the entire parish. This needs to be brought back to the people. If you're going to add amendments to this ordinance, it needs to be brought back to the people. That's my point.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams.
Mr. Henry, the reason we are amending it and removing that is because that information was not provided to the public at the hearings.
Y'all still don't get the message.
Let me just state this. We had public meetings. We invited the
public.
public.
Sure we had public meetings, but we had public meetings on the ordinance.
Right, and we're putting the
ordinance. Not amendments.
We're putting the ordinance back into the posture that we had when we were in the public meetings. In other words, we are taking your advice and putting it back into the situation as it was when we went to the public meetings.
You may not agree with me because I don't want a rate increase.
Well, that's a different subject. So that we're on the amendment at this time. Any further comments on the amendment? If none, the machine is open on the amendment. And the amendment is adopted 8-0. The language has been struck. I have an amendment that I would like to offer up at this time, and I welcome the comments on this as well. What my amendment will do, and this is the comments that I heard from the public, it's that it will we will add an addition of fifth, whereas shall read as, whereas the water, sewer, and refuse fees will be increasing, and the public has requested an option to pay the bill electronically. The new Section 5 shall now read as, an electronic bill payment program for the water, sewage, and refuge collection fees shall be instituted. And my amendment will put that into the ordinance, and I offer and ask for a second.
I'll second.
Unanimous second. Thank you. So at this time, the motion is on the floor, unanimously seconded, and any discussion on the amendment? No discussion on the amendment? The machine is open on the amendment. And the amendment is adopted. At this time, we move to the resolution as amended. Comments or discussion?
Question.
Question.
Question been called.
The question's been called. The machine, it's not a debatable item. The machine is open on the resolution, the ordinance as amended. Now, yeah, we did. Let me ask the Councilman Bartholomew if he would reconsider his calling of the question for public discussion.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The question has been removed. The public is now invited to make comments. Now, let me get this in order. You say there's no second on the motion?
He seconded, you said for discussion. John seconded for discussion.
Right.
Yeah,
So there is a second.
Yeah.
We're in order. Go ahead.
Okay, Warren Lawrence, 120 Temple Canal Lane. I've done a lot of research on this water rate increase and refuse rate increase, and my simple request is that we consider just to do the Tier 1 raise instead of all 3 tiers of raises, so that during this time we can go back in and do a more adequate study on the rate increases that are recommended by Utility Works. Going through this process, you know, I've looked at the rate increases that were recommended were based strictly on the water rate uses, sewer rate uses, and refuse rate uses. And none of the other charges that are charged under this ordinance have been adjusted. This goes as far as installation of meters, disconnect fees. All of this should have been included. I'm not blaming the company because they just did a mathematical study and decided this is how much money you need to operate the department. By doing the Tier 1 only, we will get the rate we needed for this first phase. During that phase, it'll require that we go in and look and justify, make accountable the rest of the raises. I'll give you one example, for instance, and that's on the refuse. And if you look at it, if you've read the Utility Works study, which I recently got, you notice that of the refuse that is...
What page are you on, please?
On the, wait, let me get the page. Solid waste.
Or section?
Yeah. Page...
or just section, you can tell us.
22 of 30 on the rate. This is on the rate study that you recommended for your increases. And the reason I brought that up was that of the existing rate we're charging for refuse, we're looking at that of the customer base, there's 87.91% are residential customers, 10.95 are commercial customers, and 1.13 are Plaquemines Parish government. And of that, it seems that the amount of refuse picked up for solid waste for residential is 0.34% of the waste that we carry and pick up is residential waste. 83% is commercial waste. It seems like the rate increases you're placing on the residential customer when 80 times as much is picked up on commercial customers, I don't think is proportional to what the rate should be. If you're looking at what is picked up, I feel that we are subsidizing a lot of commercial buildings or customers picking up waste that should not be picked up by this parish government. And the only reason I ask is to look at Tier 1 and make that increase is because we need the money now.
Right.
But I'm saying if it's restudied and you go back and look at it, there will be a more proportional rate that should be placed upon the commercial customers in this parish. What is being done, and the study just puts it out, you know, you're looking at, we pick up in 2013, we picked up 920,000 tons of waste for residential. We picked up 229 million tons of commercial waste. Yet you're going to raise the rates same on both of you. There is something wrong with this study.
Wait, how many tons you said?
229,657,000 tons of commercial waste. Now this is the company that y'all, not y'all, the previous one hired to tell you. And of that, that's because 83.73% of the waste we pick up in this parish is picked up for commercial accounts. And there's something wrong with this number.
There's definitely something wrong with that number, because if you calculate that, how much we pay for a ton, we don't have that much money.
Exactly. So, and that's why I can't understand the figures, and I ask that we do a rate increase. We need it right now. But use this interim that we don't want to look at that just because we raise the rates and do as the schedule requires, that situation will remain as normal because you got more money now, we'll continue to do what we shouldn't do. I'm asking that you do the Tier 1 during that period of time, and I'd further advise that we'd get an independent group to get together and look at these rates and come back and go back to Utility Works to relook at this. But the figures, and I can go through the sewer and water with the same disparity. And I'll get it, that's okay. But, you know, that's all I'm asking is not to stop the rate increase, but only do Tier 1 until we can get some legitimate answers.
Okay.
And with that, if you have any questions.
Yeah, the administration have any comments on these statements?
Yeah, we went by the previous study. Director Giles might have some comments, and that was to address to Mr. Lawrence about any particular facts that he may have.
And if before he does that, if it may, I did go to the administration with these problems. I brought them to Mr. Giles. I've looked at the Severn Trent contract, which is a major expenditure. I've asked who administers the contract. I've got no answers. That's why I'm asking is the rate structure and the contract that's in place, we're stuck with. But I think, and Reverend Giles, I won't put words in his mouth, but he agreed on the refuse as far as the amount of commercial trash that was being picked up is ridiculous. But he had nothing but to go by with the rate study that was proposed by this company. I'm asking that the administration go back in and look at it. Look at your rates for NSF checks that you charge. You lose money every time somebody gives us an NSF check. Look at your disconnect fees. We lose money every time we disconnect and reconnect the meter. We asked them, I asked a couple months ago about the Water Company of America coming and look at the accounts.
Right.
I've asked the administration, I've met with both the president and Mr. Giles. Never got an answer on whether we're going to go forward or not go forward.
Okay.
But those investigations, and I won't speak for Mr. Giles, they told me from his department, meeting with him and some other members of his department, they don't have the capability or the people to do this. And if you can get a company in here to do it and do a percentage and a contract that doesn't cost you a penny, and if we do it before you do the rate increase, it's not going to be a 60-40 split because you're going to hold their contract to your previous rate. All of those things are something I ask that we look at and we take our time. It's not stopping the rate increase that would take effect right now, but only do that rate increase.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me share a few moments. We met with Mr. Lawrence maybe a month or two back, and every question he presented to us, we gave him an answer to the best of our ability. We met with Robert Morgan of Severn Trent and Ms. Angela Bartholomew, who was the superintendent of the water department. And whatever question he asked, we try to get the answers to that. In reference to the study that had taken place, this was presented to us. That's why I made sure every council member had a copy of it to look at. So if there's any concerns, any questions, the 9 of you could have got together, circle it, highlight it, whatever. Now, there may be some discrepancies, some things we may not understand, but all of us together had opportunity to explore it and look at it. And Mr. Lawrence is suggesting doing another study, and I don't debate that one way or another. Mr. Lawrence said we should bring in Water Company of America. I shared Mr. Lawrence. I don't have a problem with a company coming in and investigating us. I really don't. My concern was giving them 60% of what they find. I shared that with him. To me, that's highway robbery, and we shared that with him on many occasions. I've been researching it. I found 4 other companies that I've been researching that will do the same job, and they'll do it for 40% and less. But I haven't got all the facts or figures in, but I do have some right here in front of me, right here. And one company right here, which is Revenue Enhancement Services, they're willing to do it for 40% of all increased revenues after all expenses occurred by the parish, where Water Company of America wants 60% off the top. So I am investigating these things. I am working on these things, but I'm only working with what I have. Mr. David Spiegler gave us that study that he did for the previous administration. The only thing we can do is work with that. Now, if this council decide they don't want to work with David Spiegler's report, that's fine with me. I'm going to continue to research. I'm going to bring every information I have. But this is the information right here for other utility companies that will do the same work, less than 60%. And for the record's sake, their names are, one is Water Company of America, which Mr. Lawrence recommends, Utility Revenue Management Company, water systems optimization, and revenue enhancement services, which did a lot of work in the New Orleans area. And Mr. Lawrence was part of that because I have right here where he highly recommended revenue enhancement services when he was the chief of networks in New Orleans. So I stand with the utility works. If y'all decide not to go with it, I have no problem with it. It was put in my lap. I'm doing the best of my ability with it.
Thank you, thank you.
And if I may make a comment back, you know, it's really inspiring to hear this today. I met with Mr. Giles Tuesday, so evidently this information was gotten after Tuesday.
This information.
And I don't have
Okay,
a,
look,
wait.
hold on.
I
You got
have-
one at a time, one at a time.
Right, and I have a problem. I never did say definitely use Water Company of
You did not.
America. I have never said that.
You did not.
I said you use a company to come in. I asked you to research. I asked
That's
you.
what I did.
I know, but I didn't know you ever did it.
I did it. Let me clear the record. This morning,
Okay.
I got all the information, but I've been researching it, and this morning I downloaded everything. And here it is right here. I'm not doing anything by your back.
I know.
All right, look,
We're
look.
supposed to meet Tuesday.
We
Well-
got another issue that we're going to drive on right now. We had an amendment that was offered up earlier and was adopted, taking out the language on the CPI. It applies to several other sections in the ordinance. At this time, I'd like to offer the following amendment to delete lines 424 through 430, line 523 through 529, line 571 through 577, and line 606 through 611. This will take out the same language that we took out,
Skip with the second one, you said, Mr. Michelle?
lines 424 through 430.
Okay.
That says usage charges will be adjusted annually. It's this consumer price index paragraph. It applies to the sewer, the water, and to the solid waste disposal. We took it out in one. We're going to take it out in all sections of the ordinance, so it'll be consistent. There will be no consumer price index language in the ordinance after these amendments. The delete line items again, 420.
That was it.
Well, let me repeat for everyone. 424 through 430. 523 through 529, 571 through 577, and 606 through 611. And I offer up that amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Dowling. Any comments or discussion on the amendment? And what the amendment does is just what I stated. It takes out the CPI language in all sections. Hearing no other comments or discussion, the machine is open on the amendment only. Amendment is adopted 8-0. This puts the ordinance in the posture of where we were before. If there are anyone trying or want to make an amendment to do as was stated earlier about the future rate increases, now's the time to step up, because this is an ordinance that has sections in it for 2016 and forward.
Question, Mr. Rizal, call for the question.
Question's been, the final comment?
Yeah, the final comment I've had is that what I asked for was that you do make the Tier 1 increase only.
And that's what I just offered, asked if there was an amendment to do that, and so
Okay.
far I have none.
Okay.
So, Councilmember Salvon.
Yes, in light of what Mr. Warren just said, it makes me, give me concerns about the comments that he make, which gives me the same concern that he has. So at this time, I would offer the amendment that Mr. Warren suggested.
Councilman Salvon offers up the following amendment, which would be to delete line items 387 through 397. Let's see. Residential water rates. It would actually take, we're going to gut this amendment so bad, we're not going to this ordinance, we're not going to recognize it. But what it would do is it would take out the sections on residential and commercial water rates. It would take out 2A2 paragraph, 2A3 paragraph, and 2A4 paragraph under residential water rates. that makes it clearer.
In
And-
addition to that, Mr. Chairman, I would make a suggestion. This is Mr. Edgecombe legislation, and in his absence, I think we would be, moving in a little drastically with, as you said earlier, slicing this legislation up like this. So I don't know, maybe we should either contact him or either defer or something before we slice his legislation up.
Councilman Lapine, who's handling it for Councilman Edgecombe?
Councilman Edgecombe would like to move forward on this.
Okay, that was only a suggestion.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this. Your intent is to put the legislation in the order as the amendment was being discussed, to knock out the future tiers and only do the increase for 2015 to 16. Is that your amendment?
Yes.
On all issues. So back to what we were discussing under Section 1, you would take out the second paragraph, 387 to 393. You take out the third paragraph. Actually, it's to 397. You would take out paragraphs 2, 3, and 4 of that one, which is residential water rates. Are you following me? Commercial water rates, you would take out paragraphs 2, 3, 4 as well. Under residential and commercial sewer rates, you would take out paragraphs 3, 4, and 5. Under commercial sewer rates, you would take out paragraphs 4, wait a minute, this is, I think we ought to defer this because we're going to waste a lot of time. Yes, this item will be deferred, and I would ask that the administration come back with something that we have just gone through.
We'd just like to make a comment that I think that the public is aware of the financial constraints that we're under. We have the United States Constitution, and that Constitution allows us to go back and make amendments. But what's going to happen if we don't make an adjustment for the economic crisis that this parish is in right now, then at the end of the year, we might be faced with asking people, in other words, to lay off. And we don't want to do that. This council has done a great job, in other words, in making drastic cuts in the budget, over $15 million, without losing a single parish job. And I would hope that we can continue to work together. And we can make adjustments and amendments to these things as it progresses. Certainly don't disagree with that, because you're always looking to improve. But we've got to start somewhere. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with the first step. And if we don't take that first step and we keep delaying it, then we're going to wind up in a bind at the end of this year.
I agree with the parish president. I want to just add, just for clarification as to order, was Ms. Salvance, was it seconded?
No, it was not. It was being developed when I pulled back and asked for the deferral. So it wasn't seconded. It was just offered up by Councilman Salvant. We were trying to understand what the amendment would be by reading through the sections. So where we are right now, we are at the original ordinance as amended by taking out the CPI and adding in the electronic. And that's where we're at right now. That's the posture of the legislation.
I would personally ask to move forward with that
Question's been
amended
called.
ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, the only question I'm having, and I just want to say that we can move forward, is that I just don't want to ignore the information that was given to us today by Mr. Lawrence. And that's my only position with it. But to sit here and dissect somebody else's legislation, I don't want to be a part of that either.
I understand that, but I think Director Giles and his team, as well as the company that's done the studies for quite some time, have done their due diligence. I think it's time that we finally move on this. This has been
But how do you
debated.
address the point that he's saying that there's no equitable disparity?
But what is he basing that on? We
Well,
actually have
I'm
studies
gonna
that
move back for a
we've
minute.
paid for by, and I'm not saying you're not qualified, Mr. Lawrence, by any means, because I know your background, but we have qualified contractors who've done studies. We've approached the public with this ordinance, and we've been through that whole process.
And
We've been on both sides of the parish, up and down, and the public is aware of this ordinance.
And if I may answer, it's nothing to do with the president's comments that we need the money now. Nothing I've ever said was that we don't need rate increases. The only thing I'm saying, you are basing your decisions on a study that you didn't initiate. You didn't have anything to do with, Mr. Giles didn't have anything to do with. When I looked at this study, and I looked at the disparity in it, I am asking that you don't stop to give an increase for this, but you have a period of time, not even 6 months, to come back to you and say, wait a minute, we want Utility Works to relook at this, or whether you want to do it in-house. We can do this in-house. And I'm saying is, it's your responsibility to make sure that the rate increase you vote on is justifiable, and that's what y'all all ran on, accountability. And I'm saying...
And I think we've done our due diligence. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I think that due diligence has been done.
And, you know, as part of the public hearings, I brought this up, and, you know, I've gone to Mr. Giles even with the comment to find out who actually monitors Severn Trent's contract. And I've never gotten an answer on who monitors Severn Trent's contract.
Okay. At this time, we have an ordinance on the table that has been amended with those amendments. Is there any final discussion, any action that anybody want to call a question, or you want to defer?
Question.
Question's been called. Machine is open. And the ordinance is adopted 8-0. We will move on to the next item of business, which is 6A2.
An ordinance to amend and as amended readopt ordinance number 06-112, section 5-70, unreasonable disturbance by barking dogs and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Councilmember Black.
Basically...
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Second.
Councilman Black offers is second by Councilmember Juneau.
So this basically just changes the law a little bit. The former law allows a Plaquemines Parish Sheriff's Deputy or somebody from the Health Department, upon a second complaint of a barking dog inside of a residence, to actually enter the residence and seize the dog, and the dog would be impounded for 7 days. I don't think that's right. I think that we need to have a court order to do so. So what this law does is it changes that upon a second complaint within 60 days. If the parish employee, whether it be the health department or the sheriff's office, wants to seize the dog, he has to get a court order first from a district court judge.
Been offered by Councilmember Black, second by Councilmember Juneau. Any comments or discussion about the barking dog ordinance? Hearing none, machine is open. And the ordinance is adopted 8-0. We move to item 6A3.
An ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of lots 55 and 56 Intercoastal Canal Subdivision, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, into 56A Intercoastal Canal Subdivision, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, as shown in the plan and plat of survey by Dufresne Surveying and Engineering, Inc., dated February 12, 2015, the owner having fulfilled all of the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the Parish of Plaquemines without cost to Plaquemines Parish government or the Parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer next for a second. Second by Councilman Bartholomew. What this does, it makes one lot out of 2 existing lots. And other than that, any comments or questions? None. Machine is open. And the ordinance is adopted 8-0. We move to item 6A4.
An ordinance approving a plan of re-subdivision of the property of HIG LLC, Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, is shown on a map of re-subdivision tract C-2 into C-2A and C-2-B. Home place, Nairn, Louisiana, by Hugh McCurdy III, PLS, dated February 29, 2012, the owner having fulfilled all of the requirements of the subdivision and re-subdivision ordinance of the Parish of Plaquemines, without cost to the Plaquemines Parish government or the parish of Plaquemines, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
Councilmember Salvon. Councilman Salvon offers. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Williams. Any comments or discussion, Councilmember Salvon?
The permit department to address it, please.
Ms. Salvant, it's just the subdivision that was done in 2012 that finally had a final approval. It was waiting on a servitude to be drawn by the surveyor. It has been done. It was a servitude for the drainage and utilities, and all things have been met since then.
Very good. I'm ready to move.
We might be able to get to them pretty quick.
Mr. President,
Yes?
I call a question.
Question's been called. Machine is open. Items adopted, 8-0. Move to item 6A5.
An ordinance by the Plaquemines Parish Council as and on behalf of the Buras Levy District to appropriate new perpetual levy easements and new temporary work area easements in certain portions of lands in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, to construct the New Orleans to Venice NOV-06B, city price to Empire, upgrades to existing fronting protection as Tennessee Gas, Hayes and Gaynard Woods project in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, for levee, drainage, flood, and hurricane protection purposes, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
Councilmember Salvon.
Offer as read.
Councilman Salvon offers. Is there a second? I'll second. Any comments or discussion?
Yes. Mr. Rittner will come and address it, please.
Good evening. Blair Rittner, Land Department, Plaquemines Parish Government. This is another project of NOV. Y'all all know it was funded after Katrina. This particular project includes Hayes Pump Station in Gaynard Woods. Basically, we've put frontal protection on all of the projects except these two pump stations. There's instead of building a big concrete wall behind the station, they're going to put a backflow preventer on the discharge side of the existing pumps. And usually when they do structural work, instead of, like if we're doing an earthen levee, we only get a servitude. In this case, we actually buy in the land in fee because it's a structure that they're going to place in this discharge section of the pump station. We're going to affect on Hayes to landowners about 1.65 acres, and at Gaynard Woods we're going to have affect 3 landowners, and it's about 2.2 acres. But it's just where they're putting the permanent backflow preventing valves in that piece of section of the pump station.
Any further comments or discussion on the item? Hearing none. Machine is open. And the ordinance is adopted 8-0. We move to item 6A6.
An ordinance prohibiting commercial and recreational mud boats from trespassing on public and private property located within the boundaries of Plaquemines Parish within the written permission of the landowners and to establish enforcement provisions and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
Councilmember Williams.
I'll offer.
Councilwoman Williams offers. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Lapine.
What this is I was approached by a PPSO deputy in reference to him and as well as wildlife and fisheries agents having issues with mud boat drivers and owners going on private property. And I just would like to have some kind of legislation so they'll be able to protect the citizens' property for unauthorized entry.
Any comments or discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Councilman
I think we
Bartholomew.
already have an ordinance on that. People don't have the right to transform people.
That's for airboats, Mr. Bartholomew. This is
It doesn't
civil.
matter. I'm just saying, to me, if I'm giving you a bicycle, you're on my land, you're on my land. But I'm just saying, if not, we need to do it. But I think it's established for universal trespassing.
Yeah,
But I don't have a problem voting for added to it.
I think there is a state trespass law, but if the deputy wasn't citing it and he got you to do this, I guess it's added local enforcement ordinance.
Correct. I think that was his intention.
Any further comments or discussion on the item? Anybody? Machine is open. Ordinance is adopted 8-0. We move to item 6E.
An ordinance by Plaquemines Parish Council as and on behalf of the Bureau's Levy District to appropriate new perpetual levy easements and new temporary work area easements in certain portions of lands in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, to construct the New Orleans to Venice NOV-NF-W-06A3 West Pointe-a-la-Hache to St. Jude levee project in Plaquemines Parish, Louisiana, for levee drainage, flood, and hurricane protection purposes and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
Councilmember Salvant, office with changes.
On line 2022, you'll be adding and further revised May 2015. On line 51, you would strike out and you would be adding and amending. On line 52, you would add further May 5th, 2015, strike out both, and you would add all. On the next page, we will be striking out 74.28, adding 65.08. On line 14, you would be striking out 74.28, adding 6508. On line 24, we would strike out 74.28, adding 65.08. And with those changes, I offer.
Councilman Salvant, office. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Juneau. Any comments or discussion on the item?
I just have a question. Mr. Rittner, with us reducing that acreage, is that going to be enough land that we're going to need to complete the project?
Yeah, what happened is we had a section of land that impacted about 9 residents. We had 2 relocations, and the Corps had an option to move the levee where we would have less impact. But in order to do that, they didn't have time to design and get this before council, before a vote. Okay. The plans are at 100%, so what they did, they actually removed one section of that. It's about a 1,600-foot section. So the construction will start around where the West Pointe-a-la-Hache Ferry Road is and go south to St. Jude. So we'll have a levee in the piece of West Pointe-a-la-Hache that does not have a levee. So they're going to build that piece, and they're going to come back to the 1,600 foot. It'll be another project, but it's going to be a very small project.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments or
Yes,
discussion?
I would like to thank Mr. Rittner and the administration for working closely with the residents of West Pointe-a-la-Hache to bringing this project to fruition. Thank you.
And we would like to thank you, Ms. Audrey. We had several meetings, and it was a rough one. But guess what? It's all worth it right here.
People won.
Yes, you're correct, Mr. Russell.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
further comments or discussion?
And Mr. Chairman, I would like to compliment the people of West Pointe-a-la-Hache, the representatives that we had that met with the colonel, and the way they presented themselves in their petition.
Any further comments or discussion on the item? Hearing none. Machine is open. And the ordinance is adopted 8-0. We'll move to item 6H.
A resolution designating the fiscal agent for the parish of Plaquemines for the period commencing June 1st, 2015 and ending May 31st, 2017.
I'm offering with the following changes that have been distributed, with Regions Bank and Whitney National Bank included in those items. On lines 8 and 9, on line 13, Regions Bank, and on lines 18, Regions Bank, and 20, Regions Bank. Now, I'll ask for a second. Second by Councilmember Byrd. Is there any comments or discussion on the item? Yes. Mr. Henry.
Did you get a CRA report from the Whitney Bank and Regions? as being the fiscal agent?
Yes, we received proposals from Whitney and Regions
You
Bank.
got a CRA report from both of them?
We got a financial report.
But you don't have a CRA report on?
No.
Community Reinvestment Act.
We didn't ask for that.
No, you never do. But we need to start acting for that, because if these banks gonna be giving the parish money, they should be able to do something for the community. So when you start looking into that, that was a 1976 act that passed through Congress, and we need to start doing that.
He's looking for a Community Reinvestment Act? Yeah. Any further comments or discussion? Hearing none, machine is open. And the resolution is adopted 8-0. We'll move to I.
A resolution to appoint replacement members to the Plaquemines Parish Tourist Commission Board and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer and ask for a second. Councilmember Lapine seconds. What this does, it replaces two members who are off with Mr. Sal Gagliano and Mrs. Jolie Gasquet on the Tourism Commission Board. Any comments or discussion on the item? Hearing none, machine is open. And the resolution is adopted 8-0. Move to item J.
A resolution authorizing and directing Parish President Amos Cormier to have his administration provide recommendations on, number one, establishing a regulatory program to monitor oil and gas permits issued by the Plaquemines Parish government, and number two, possible permit fee increases to fund the cost of the regulatory monitoring program and enforcement of the Plaquemines Parish Coastal Zone Management laws, and further to have the parish administration report back to the council its findings and recommendations on these matters within 60 days of the adoption of this resolution, and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
I'll offer with changes, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Burt offers with changes. Is there a second? I'll second. Next, Councilman Burt to let us
Give everybody just a second to read the changes.
Sure.
I'm going to scratch out line 15 through 17. In line 18, insert, whereas Plaquemines Parish is authorized pertinent to the Coastal Zone Management Act to monitor and comment upon the issuance of permits for mineral construction and to monitor enforcement of said permits. Line 22, I'm going to insert, whereas mineral construction consists of the following: dredging, installation of pipelines, drilling activities, construction of platforms, production facilities, bulkheads, erosion control structures, wharfs, drilling work over operations, wheel washing, and any other construction that resides in the marshes of Plaquemines Parish where said permits are issued. I'm going to insert in line 31, whereas it is the best interest of Plaquemines Parish to create a monitoring program to oversee compliance. Line 36, whereas the expenses associated with the monitoring program should be paid for by those seeking and receiving permits. Line 43, I'm going to strike out regulatory. Line 44, insert recommended. And with those changes, I will offer. Next for a second.
Yes. Now, second by Councilmember Williams. I
Now-
will remove my second.
I'm open for any questions or discussion.
Councilmember Lapine.
Mr. Burt, these, when we create this position, these permits that will go after are future permits, not permits that were issued in the past. Is that correct?
Correct, yeah. What this does, this is going to allow the administration to seek out, whether it's a person or a firm, to be able to establish a monitoring program going forward. I think the public has spoke recently, and we're acting on that public comment, that we need to not only protect the parish, I think we need to protect the industry that is also seeking permits. So what this does, it basically establishes a database going forward that will give that historical data, whether it be oil and gas exploration or whatever this ordinance says as far as mineral construction. So this pertains to no prior permits. This is basically going forward.
Yes.
When you say going,
Councilman Salva.
Mr. Burt, should we have a date in there?
Once it's adopted.
Well, this is going to be 60 days from this, the administration will come back, and then based on their recommendations, we'll probably have to, I'm assuming, adopt something else to put that into action. My thoughts on that.
Okay.
Comments? Yes.
Aaron Colligan, 31975 Highway 23. Mr. Burke, were you referring to me in regards to the permit in question as to borrow pit versus all-field construction permit that was permitted in the past?
This has
Mr.
nothing to do
Levine.
with borrow
Okay,
pits.
Mr. Levine.
This is strictly mineral construction.
All right, but once again, you just stated that you weren't going to go back to the past that were already permitted in that fashion.
This ordinance does not address borrow pits.
Well, it is permitted as an all-field construction permit. So once again, there's no pipelines or no drilling platforms or anything like that.
Look, this is where we're at on this issue. We've asked that we have a clarification at the last meeting about this issue of borrow pit, how they got a construction permit versus an all-field permit, and that is a separate issue from what I see is before us today. So if we want to discuss that again, you know, we can open it up. But this is not going to affect, I would hope, does not affect the investigation that we had asked for at the last meeting of the permit that you're speaking of now.
Well, when he says past permitting in that fashion, it kind of eliminates it.
No, nothing in here would eliminate looking at that, in my opinion.
No,
My opinion is, and it's only worth what I'm saying right now, is that this is an ordinance for future permits. It does not grandfather anybody in, or it does not wipe out what has been done in the past, just like it doesn't wipe out the 21 lawsuits that we have in the past.
Yes, sir.
So all of those issues are still on the table, and that issue of that particular pit has to be resolved, and the administration was asked last meeting to resolve it or to bring some closure to it. But I don't see this as affecting that at all, unless I'm misreading it.
You're correct.
I just wanted a clarification. Thank you, sir.
Any further comments or items, on the item?
Yeah, I got one.
Yes, sir. We don't have a CRA on it.
No, I know you don't have a CRA on this one. Oh, this only pertains to monitoring though, right?
You're correct.
Doesn't, once you get a permit, nobody goes out there and see if the actual thing was done right, right?
This ordinance should allow us to do that, yes.
Because that's what we need to really do.
That's the intent of this ordinance, yes, sir.
I commend you on it. It's been time for it. But like for instance, Chevron got a 12-inch pipeline thing today. How we know if they put it in there right? We need to
This
have
is going
something
to
to get this right, man.
Right. This will be a before, during, and after type monitoring program.
Okay.
The way I see this is the first step towards
I agree.
going in the direction that we want to have some oversight and compliance in the future as far as this ordinance, this resolution.
I'm with you, Mr. Burke.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further comments or discussion? Hearing none, machine is open. The resolution is adopted 7-0 to 1 abstention.
Thank you.
Councilmember Black abstains. Move to item K.
An ordinance to amend and as amended ordinance number 14-158, policies, practices, and duties of the Internal Auditor Department and otherwise provide with respect thereto.
Councilmember Burt.
I'll offer with changes.
Councilman Burt offers with changes. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Juneau.
A couple items here. When I introduced this first ordinance at the last council meeting, I left off section 5 and 6 just because of the way it was printed. So what I'm doing is I'm actually inserting back the green items on 5 and 6. And I'm inserting on line 12, whereas, actually, let me back up. On line 9, we're striking through as employers and inserting the executive head. Line 12, whereas this legislation is to confirm the approval and actions by the Audit Committee, setting the rules, duties, and policies of the Internal Audit Department. And just a little history, I'd like to pass this out as well. This is not something to pass out, but just for clarification, this ordinance is an ordinance that was actually approved by the last council. And all we're doing is basically reconfirming that ordinance by way of what the audit committee actually approved and passed today. And I'd just like to read this real quick for clarification. First off, let me be clear and crystal clear that the proposed amended ordinance in front of you today is no way an attempt to modify, change, or amend Section 7.08 of the Plaquemines Parish Charter. This proposed ordinance that is being amended is a reconfirmation and approval of the actions taken today by the Audit Committee, the executive head of the Internal Audit Department. Likewise, the aforementioned ordinance was passed in 2014 by a vote of 9-0. This ordinance sets the rules, guidelines, and procedures of the Internal Audit Department as outlined in Section 7.08, Paragraph B. The Audit Committee shall establish guidelines for the Internal Audit Department to ensure a proper and efficient audit of all budgetary units as adopted in the annual budget administered by the parish government, including but not limited to the operating budget and capital improvement budget. Furthermore, this is a clear attempt by the administration to prevent the Audit Committee and the Internal Audit Department from carrying out the duties and responsibilities of this department. The legal team has spent a great deal of time and effort in reciting cases on how this legislation is circumventing the charter when they should be working in collaboration with the Audit Committee, Internal Audit Department, and Council to promote fiscal, responsible policies, practices, and duties to ensure transparency. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll offer.
Councilman Burt offers, Councilmember Juneau seconds. Is there any further comments or discussion on the item? Hearing none.
Legal Department would like to give a
Department
comment,
would like to say
particularly from what Councilman Burt just said. We gave a legal opinion and we circulated it to every one of y'all. We're strictly talking about the law here. The charter is the supreme document, not the legislation. The charter talks about fiscal responsibilities of the Internal Audit Department, dealing with budgets, dealing with our ongoing efforts to pay bills, etc. That's what the charter says. What this amendment does, particularly in lines 45 through 48, is to expand the duties against what the charter says of the Internal Audit Department. In order to do that, you must have a charter amendment. With respect, I disagree with what Councilman Burt just said. We spent a lot of time, not me personally, I did go over it, but every single one of the lawyers that work in the law department went over this over and over. We debated it greatly, and we all came to the same conclusion, and every one of the lawyers signed off on it. We have no problem. The problem here is that you need an inspector general, which we all agree. That's what you need. We're more than happy, and we've also drafted legislation at Mr. Burt's request to be introduced that will have the charter amended by vote of the people, which is what it should do, to create an inspector general's department. But we can't. We feel like that it's against the Constitution to, or at least against the charter, to amend the charter by legislation. There is a lot of case law on that. Plenty. We cited it. Our opinion is solid. What's going to happen is if this passes, then it's not going to pass constitutional muster. It's going to create a fight where none needs to exist. What we would like to do and assist the council, in which we want to do, is to create an inspector general's position with what lawyers call the Chinese wall around that position, not subject to anybody's influence. We can amend the charter to do that. It takes a vote of the people, and I think the people want that. But to do it by legislation, the case law, the Supreme Court, it's all clear. You can't amend the charter by legislation, which is what this amendment seeks to do. That's why we rendered this opinion.
Can I add?
With all due respect, this amendment has no bearing on the charter. This legislation reconfirms the action taken by the Audit Committee today. The Audit Committee, as the executive head, has the authority to set those policies and procedures. related to financial or budgetary issues.
But I'm sorry.
Let me finish.
Yes, please.
So that's why this ordinance is in front of us today.
But the language that you put in there, Mr. Burt, says it's ambiguous at best.
Can I ask this? Can I ask a
One
question?
second, 1 second, let him finish.
Conduct special investigations at the request of the audit committee, individual parish council members, or at the request of the administrative branch with the audit committee approval, direct special investigations of any and all suspected or alleged misappropriations or other defalcation or irregularity. That itself will not pass constitutional muster because it's expanding what the charter says the duties are, which are limited to fiscal matters. This language gives you carte blanche to do whatever you want, which the charter doesn't provide for, but it does provide, not the charter, but it is good language for an inspector general's position, which we'll be more than happy to assist you in establishing.
So my question is, if you amended lines 45 and 47 to read conduct special fiscal investigations and 47 direct special fiscal investigations, would that change your opinion?
Absolutely, it would change our opinion. The language is too broad. That's what makes it unconstitutional. If it's limited to the functions in 7.08, which are clearly set out, I quoted it when we sent you the thing, the audit committee, executive head of the auditor, internal auditor's office, and as such shall have charge of all auditing functions, this is the important language, pertaining to the financial operations of the parish government. Certainly, if you want to amend that and limit this amendment to financial operations of the parish government, no problem whatsoever.
Let me recite that line, what was passed by the audit committee today. Be it resolved that the Plaquemines Parish Audit Committee, that the auditor, as allowed by law, shall have access at all times to examine and inspect all books, records, files, papers, documents, and information stored on computer records and in other files or records relating to all financial matters of every office, department, division, agency, enterprise, political subdivision, or organization which receive funds from the parish or under the direct or indirect control of the council. Conduct special audits at the request of the audit committee, individual parish council members, or at the request of the administrative branch with audit committee approval. Direct special audits with any and all suspected or alleged misappropriations or irregularity relating to any and all financial or budget-related matters of parish governments or its political subdivisions.
That's not what it says. Your amendment doesn't say audit, it says special investigations.
I will make the appropriate I'll insert that language on line 49.
To have to do with fiscal, budgetary, and financial operations, that's fine.
That's what I just said.
As long as it's limited to what's in the
Councilmember Burt offers
charter,
the following
you're fine.
amendment.
But I will state again, publicly here for the record, that we're all for, at least the legal department is all for, an inspector general's position. It's long past due. Long past due.
Well, thank you. I asked for that legislation as well because I would like to introduce it for the upcoming election in October. So please provide it to Councilman Burt or myself, and we'll introduce it and put it on the ballot.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. We have a draft. Shane and I have been going over it the last few weeks. We're glad to help you do it. Glad to help you do it.
Something I campaigned on, and I'll be glad to fulfill that promise.
So on line 49, we're going to insert all matters related to financial or financial
like
or
the charter
budgetary
says,
operations
financial
of parish
operations.
government. With those changes, I'll offer and call the question.
Can I hear what the amendment is one more time, please?
On line 49, we're going to insert all matters related to financial or budgetary operations of parish government.
Fine.
With those changes, I'll offer and call the question.
The amendment has been offered. I'll second the amendment. Is there any comments or discussion on the amendment?
1 second,
Yes.
please. Shane has a comment to make.
Are we inserting fiscal in front of special? At line 45 or no?
I was just asking a question. So I'm not.
It's not on the table.
Yeah, it's not on the table. Yeah, I was just asking a question. Yeah.
Okay, because that is going to still create a problem. I think what Councilman Burt said a while ago from the audit committee, when he read that section, it says, as allowed by law. I think that's the whole point. The law doesn't allow the audit committee to go quite that far. You can't have plenary investigations of everything and anything. You can investigate the books, you can look at the numbers, you can make sure they add up, and you can make sure that money's been spent correctly, but you can't create a secret police apparatus within the Plaquemines Parish government by fiat.
Would you give me an example of what you're talking about, what we can't do?
What you can't do?
Yeah,
you
give me an
can't
example.
just have somebody who can go and look at everything and anything whenever that person wants to in a purely protestative fashion.
Like an example of
Wait,
something.
but an internal auditor definitely can. I'm sorry, forgive me, I misspoke. An inspector general most definitely can. And that's why you need an inspector general's position. That's totally independent of the council, the administration, everybody. That's why you need the inspector general.
I'm just trying to get an idea of.
I agree with Chairman Roussel.
I'm trying to get an idea of what you're saying the internal auditor cannot do. For instance, everything around here revolves around money. So I don't know, outside of the money issue, what can they not do?
It's not a question that they can't do.
I agree. They couldn't go and do the barking dog thing. I understand that type of thing. But what can they not do? What?
Chairman Roussel, it's not a question of what they can't do. It's a question of making it in line constitutionally. And the charter says it has to be, the only thing that they can do under the internal audit department can do is deal with financial operations and audits of books, et cetera. That's what it amounts to. They can't go off on a tangent somewhere doing the bidding of anybody and everybody. But the inspector general definitely can. I'm going to say that till I'm blue in the face. I agree with you. You need to have an inspector general department.
That issue is already on the table as far as I'm concerned, prepared, and I will review it and introduce it. Now, Councilman Salvon.
Yeah, I just would like someone to tell me what the legal team can and cannot do. What are their boundaries?
We give legal opinions. That's what we do. We advise the council now, since we wear both hats, and the administration as to the legality or illegality, what have you, or the constitutionality or the unconstitutionality of issues that are brought to our attention. That's what we do.
Yes, and sometimes we agree and sometimes we don't agree.
Right.
So,
and all I will
at
add
this
to this
time-
is that the language that Mr. Byrd is speaking from, that language came from the Louisiana Revised Statute. As far as what an internal auditor can do, a legislative auditor can do, and any auditor that is employed by any government agency. So I would advise the legal team to go back and do their research.
We have
because
done that, ma'am. You haven't looked at the, case law.
I looked at your 6-page case law.
You have not
and I will
looked at the
advise
Supreme
you
Court
again
case of
to go
President
back
Kyle
and
versus
look at
the state
the
of
Louisiana
Louisiana.
Revised Statute.
Listen, we are going to maintain order here, and we have one at a time. Mr. Joel, I have the mic, one at a time. You have a question, ask the question, give an answer. If you have an answer, give the question, vice versa.
Making a statement.
Okay, you finished?
Yes, sir, I am.
You finished, Mr. Joel?
Let me just point out, she's talking about the legislative auditor. There was a case in the state Supreme Court which is cited that says that the legislative audit function cannot conduct investigations. You have to have, in essence, an inspector general, which is fine, That's what it amounts to.
Let's get back to the
So
ordinance.
why can't the internal auditor investigate a budgetary issue that is brought forth to this audit committee?
Absolutely can. That's what it's
That's
limited
what this
to.
ordinance does.
Well, no, your amendment doesn't do that.
I just changed the amendment.
Oh, I'm talking about as offered. So you're changing it to the budgetary and financial. Yes, we're fine with that.
Okay, well, what's the question?
There's no question.
All right,
Question's been called.
Okay,
Call the
Michelle
question.
Wilcox, I have a question. In your,
Being modified. If you don't modify it, it makes it ambiguous, and it opens it to the abuse of
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
discretion.
call the question.
Question's been called, machine is open. Question been called on the amendment.
Yeah, on the amendments, right.
My machine's not working.
We just call a question on the amendment. All right, so the amendment is adopted 7-1 with no coming from
Okay.
District 3.
Good.
We move to the ordinance as amended.
I'll offer.
It's been offered and seconded by myself. No, who, that was Lapine that offered, seconded?
No,
Mr. Irvin, Mr. Juno second, sorry. Get confused here with this confusion. We have an ordinance on the table that has been amended. And any further comments or discussion on the ordinance as amended?
Just a question. Is the audit committee and how Mr. Burt introduced this, is there going to be a challenge from the legal team on how you interpret that language?
I'm sorry. I have no comment.
You don't have any comment, but this is the problem. Everything
No,
seems to
you
be
wanna
ambiguous.
know what the
Oh,
problem is,
it's a
I'm not
very
gonna-
big problem, because it
Well,
seems to
this-
be ambiguous, and yet he's trying to get the language so that way he has the cooperation. I'm asking, is there going to be a challenge on this language once it's enacted?
As amended, the ordinance is offered, is absolutely fine with the legal department. Simple as that.
Simple as
That's
that?
fine.
Okay,
That's the
so
only
there's not
comment
going
we
to
can
be
make.
any other scuffle with his department?
I wouldn't go that far, but this is the
Exactly.
situation.
That
The
was
ordinance-
exactly my point, Mr. Russo.
Warren Lawrence, one question. Is this an ordinance or resolution?
It's an ordinance. Setting policies and procedures and practices for the Internal Audit Department. Any further comments or discussion on this item? Hearing none. The machine is open on the ordinance as amended. And the ordinance is adopted 7-1 with District 3 voting no.
Thank you.
We will move to item L.
An ordinance authorizing the parish president to assign a member of the legal department to assume the role of project manager previously given to the law firm of Dwyer, Cambrian, Sufferin, LLP.
Councilmember Burt.
I'll offer. Ask for a second.
Councilman Burt offers, I'll second. Any comments or discussion?
Any comments from legal or administration?
Any further comments from anybody? Legal department? None? Hearing none, machine is open. And the ordinance is adopted 8-0. At this time, it's been requested that we move to item in new business 7F. Councilmember Lapine.
Discussion by Loyaya.
Councilmember Lapine.
I think we have some people in the audience who'd like to speak. Ms. Joni, come to the microphone, please.
I'm sorry, I'm moving a little slow today.
Okay.
Thank you, council members, for hearing us. I promise we won't take but just a few moments because we understand how busy everyone is, and not everyone with me is going to speak. Peyton here is going to help me. I have some vision issues, so he's going to help me with some numbers that I'm having trouble seeing. My name is Joni Hughes, and I'm the founding director of Louisiana Young Artists and Young Authors, and we operate as a visual and performing arts group in Plaquemines Parish. Only Plaquemines Parish young people work with us, and currently we're housed back in the government complex, Building 603. We have some concerns, and we understand there's been some concerns, and I just came today to ask a few questions and clear the air if I can. But one of the things that the parents asked me to ask about was on a little bit of history, and I do apologize for jumping around a little bit. And I also want to say that I appreciate and acknowledge that not everyone sitting before us has been here through this entire thing. So on August the 8th, 2013, we approached the council, we addressed the council, letting them know about us and what we do. And actually the result of that was an ordinance number
13246.
that was passed on October 10th, 2013. And that, I'll have Peyton just read a real short part of that. Just read this and that.
The following ordinance was offered by Councilmember Hinckley, who moved its adoption. An ordinance to amend the 5-year capital improvements plan in order to fund the renovation of parish-owned property, which will provide facilities and storage areas for the Plaquemines Parish Performing and Visual Arts Program project, and otherwise to provide to respect thereto. Whereas there is a need to support the artistic endeavors of the youth of Plaquemines Parish, and whereas the Parish Council desires to provide monetary support as well as a place for the parish's young artists to call home. The 5-year capital improvements plan is amended by appropriating $228,308 to the Plaquemines Parish Performing and Visual Arts Program from the Parish Welcome Center project, funding year 2013.
And as you can imagine, after we've been operating this project, this department out of my pocket and some parents for many years, this was very exciting for us. So we really were anticipating some of the things that the kids could do based on what they had done with nothing at all. We were given the keys to a building back there, 603, and we cleaned it out. And then it became storage for some festivals, and we cleaned out some other buildings, and I say we, it's myself, the kids, and some parents, and moved the storage items to those other buildings. And we eagerly were speaking with Councilman Hinckley, Gallagher, Finance, Mr. Palazzo, and several others about the funding and when that would come into place, and we just kept being told that it was coming, it was coming. On July the 10th, I believe, is that right? There was another ordinance that it was ordinance number
14129.
And that said that there was only $11,000 left in the fund, and that was the remaining funds left. However, between then and then, all the work that was done in the building was done, there was a roof and air conditioner and siding, which was done by the FEMA, the HMG grant, and not coming out of this fund. The rest of the work, including a 12-foot hole in the ceiling that was sheetrocked and several other things, was done by parents, volunteers, myself, and the kids on our dime. We would like to know where that $250,000 is, and we've never received penny one of the money, and we've operated this long. We've made a lot of sacrifices personally and as a group to stay afloat. Having good faith that this was going to, what was promised to these young people was going to be delivered, and it hasn't been. And it's quite embarrassing as an adult that leads these young people and asks them to work harder and harder every day and just do the right thing, and the right thing will be done to you. It's very, very discouraging to see what has happened to these kids who are the best and the brightest of this parish. A cumulative 3.68 GPA. These kids have. 100% of my kids go to graduate high school, go to college on some sort of scholarship, not necessarily a full ride, but something above and beyond the TOPS program, because we start searching these things out in their junior year. These kids sold out 2 shows at the theater in New Orleans this week in our performing arts department, 2 shows in the New Orleans and Professional Theater a month before the show opened. Our visual artists go up against some of the best adult professional visual artists in the city of New Orleans and sell their work side by side with them. This young man, right, we have 7 published authors, and these are actual published authors. You can purchase their book any bookstore nationwide, Amazon.com, and any of the literary events. And this gentleman right here, whose book came out a month ago, he just hit his $1,000 profit mark on his book. So we should be shouting from the rooftops that these are Plaquemines Parish young people. And instead, unfortunately, they're back there in this building, which needs a lot of work. 1 out of 5 of the bathrooms work. Pipes busted under the foundation, so we no longer have a kitchen sink, which closed our culinary arts department. There's still holes in the wall. There's still a lot of problems, and I would like to invite anyone on the council seat to please come back and take a tour. I think you would be very interested to see not only the artwork hanging on the walls that these young people have done and see some of the things that they've done, but to see what they've been dealing with. And make no mistake about it, when these kids look at the building, they're seeing their own value reflected back at them, or what they perceive to be how they are valued. We would like to know where the money went. We see it dwindled down on the budgets as it's dispersed. We have all the ordinance and resolutions that apply to the program, and my understanding is it couldn't have been reappropriated without it having to be an ordinance, but I may be wrong about that, but that's my understanding. We don't understand what happened, and I think the kids at least, and again, we appreciate that your guys are taking over your seat 5 months ago, not 17 months ago, but I feel like they really need an explanation of how this happened to them. Peyton, you wanted to speak real quick?
I'm start off saying that we're the future of this parish. We have members that have, like Ms. Joni said, have been some of the past student of the years in Plaquemines Parish. We all maintain high GPAs, and we have 7 published authors from this program. And now with these attributes, some of us one day will probably be sitting in those seats that you're sitting in now. We probably will be making up the council and government of Plaquemines Parish. Let's see. And we look up to you as councilmen to help us during these times, but because you can dig and search, but I don't think there's one thing wrong with this program. And today we may look small in numbers. We all have families who have family, who has friends, who are voters in Plaquemines Parish, and we will let them all know about the wonderful councilman who helped us save Leah. I ask that you all to truly think about how much you know about our program, and I ask you to please visit our building, and we will give you a personal tour. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Hughes? Ms. Hughes?
Yes, I'm
I'd
sorry.
like to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
When you first came in, you responded that you had to clean 2 buildings before they allowed you to use a 3rd building?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that, please?
Yes, sir, I can. After we addressed the council on August 8th, and after the ordinance that awarded us the building and the $228,000, I was working with then Councilman Keith Hinckley and Guy Lagasse, and there was 3 buildings that they had selected, 601, 602, and 603. We were meeting at the library, but we were often getting bumped from the schedule, which was difficult because the kids get off the school bus there. So with the urgency of that, they said that what would need to happen is we would need to go ahead and clean out the first building so that we can kind of get the renovation started on that. And it was really bad. It was the condition that it was in when the state school closed. There was live snakes, dead rats, knee-deep in old clothes. It was bad. The adults got all that out of there, and then we started cleaning. Once it was cleaned, then it was used as storage for the Orange Fest and the Seafood Fest, which, by the way, we fully support. It's wonderful for our parish. Any festival and event is great for our parish that promotes us. But it was filled with those things, and so I approached then Councilman Hinckley and with my concerns about us not being able to get started, and he suggested that we go next door to the 602 and 603 and clean out those buildings, and then move all of those storage items over to those buildings so that the work could start on our building. Does that explain it? I'm sorry if that...
So in other words, you were used as janitors to clean 2 buildings, and then you was able to go to the 3rd building?
Yes, sir, I believe so, but I don't know that that would fall even within a janitor's description of the things that we did.
Okay, so let me ask you, did you all ever sign a contract?
No, sir, we haven't. We have asked numerous times. I have 52 requests for a service agreement contract, the funding, an accounting of the funding. We have public information requests in since March 11th of 2014, and they have all gone unanswered.
And who did you ask at this time?
I have a long list. Finance Department, Guy Lagasse, Keith Hinckley, then President Nungesser. I can send you the list and all the document emails and such.
So your kids, the parents, and yourself, y'all the ones that did all the cleaning, and y'all the ones that's back there now?
Absolutely, yes, sir, 120%, and there's been no work done on the inside of the building.
So there's no contract, you never did receive no money?
Not one penny, no, sir, in any way, shape, or form, including in repairs of the building. However, the money is gone now.
I would like to add just to what she said. Councilman Juneau, my office did some investigating, and we've only found one ordinance and one resolution. As you stated, the resolution in 2014 of giving them allotment of those three buildings, and an ordinance in 2013 appropriating $228,000. We could not find a CEA. We've asked for a CEA from La Yaya. We don't have one. I've asked legal to research it as well. We can't find one. We can't find a contract, so we don't believe a contract or a CEA is in place or has ever been done. It's very concerning to me because I'm very supportive of this organization, and as I spoke to Ms. Hughes on the phone a couple times, we want to make sure what we're doing is legal, number one, and that they're covered for insurance purposes and whatnot. And we really need to get to the bottom of this matter. I'm not sure if legal has anything to add to that, or...
I do, Councilman Black. In fact, I went to their meeting Monday. They had a meeting, and I had heard about this program on the Friday before, and I spoke with Mr. Amos about it, and I showed up there. What they said about their space is true. It's really not a good situation for the young people. There are exposed electrical lines hanging from the ceiling. There's some sanitation issues with the plumbing being messed up. These are really bright, dynamic young people doing a lot of good work. It's a good program for our parish, and these are good kids, and they're good, engaged parents who are working with them. Now, over the course of this last week, we have hammered out a cooperative endeavor agreement. You know, we've got them, we've got the Seafood Festival, and we've got the Orange Festival, and we're trying to get all three of them with a CEA. And finally, we've gotten to the point now that we can hand those out and get them perfected. One of the issues we're having, too, is how we're going to get the various, I guess, meters or whatever, so that we can make sure that electricity's paid for, water's paid for, that sort of thing. But if there's actually another space that these poor people won't have to clean out themselves, that would be great, because they really do need a better facility at some point. Now, I know that we've had some issues with the council and the president's office and who's going to move where in the new government complex, but we do have a few spots. Maybe y'all might want to consider moving them to one of those spots. I don't know. I just know that they're in a dangerous spot right now, and it worries me because of the children being there. But we do have a CEA, and it's ready for them to consider. And I sent it to Ms. Donnell earlier today.
When you say it's a dangerous spot, have we received fire marshal approval to occupy those buildings?
I don't know about that.
I can tell you that, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I can tell you that one of the line items that Keith Hinckley had showed us was $7,500 for fire marshal approval and environmental. I don't know what that entails, but I do know that that was one of the things that was.
I mean, look, I've discussed this before. This is really has opened a serious can of worms, you know. So, I mean, just be prepared that I think everybody supports this organization. But be prepared for some of the findings. It may be unfortunate. Mr. Metcalf?
I agree, it's going to be very unfortunate.
Turn on your mic.
But we're going to work, look, with that said, we are going to work to get it resolved. At least
I was unaware of the condition of the building. It does concern me a bit. If it's, certainly I have a responsibility, my office does, to make sure that the kids and the occupants are safe, and
Let me say one other thing to piggyback on what Shane said and what Councilman Burt said. The program itself is one of the shining lights in the parish. There's no doubt about that. And the legal department is committed to working with the council and obviously the president and any individual council members, for that matter, to be sure that the program succeeds, because it's critical to the children, and it's a wonderful program. I think we all agree on that.
Mr. Chairman, I think...
One second, hold on. Are you through, Mr. Joe, Mr. Black? Councilman Salvant?
Yes, I think a very important question was raised earlier from the young lady, and the question was, where's the money? And
Thank you. Are you completed? I don't know where we're going to get an answer about that. The legal department, I think everyone supports the program. The problem that I see in my mind is the legality of the occupants and public funds being spent without any agreements, or actually going a little further is another festival was involved, or two other festivals are involved in the same ordinance assigning office space.
Yep.
Is my understanding?
It was assigned, Mr. Hinckley put the resolution together that assigned our building and also assigned their building. But in the ordinance, the two ordinances, in addition to the resolution, thank you. In addition to the resolution, the two ordinances that were named that apply to, the one appropriating the money and the one saying there was only $11,000 left, it's just us.
I understand that, but the actual assignment of office space.
Resolution 14-321.
Yes, sir.
Assigned, now, the concern I have is that our charter prohibits an individual from participating in a matter that they have a personal interest in.
absolutely.
So, having said that, I'd like to ask the legal department as to what's the status of a council member assigning an organization who he is a principal in his own office space.
And you're referring to the Seafood Festival, not us, correct?
Well, I was trying to be generous.
Well, I'm sorry, sir.
That's a new one.
I do apologize for my bluntness, but there's been a lot of this back and forth, and I just want to be real clear because I just kind of feel like, and I do apologize, but I feel like the kids have been used as pawns in certain situations.
And so I'd like to, again, ask the legal department, what's the status of the resolution or the ordinance that assign the office space to the individual organization?
Talking about the cooperative endeavor agreement?
Have brand new kitchens in them, and
No.
they're supposed to be just a storage building.
No,
for
you,
the festival.
do you want me to clarify and read the resolution that was passed in 2014?
Yes.
The one we didn't know anything about, they got passed.
Yes.
Possibly, I don't know, probably. It's on motion of Councilmember Hinckley, seconded by Councilmember
There we
Burris.
go again.
And on roll call, all members present, and I'll pass that up, but it's a resolution assigning office space and storage space in Building 603, 602, and 301 in the Plaquemines Parish Government Complex, 333 FO at Abear Boulevard, Belchers, Louisiana, to La Yaya, the Plaquemines Parish Fair and Orange Festival, and the Plaquemines Parish Heritage and Seafood Festival, respectively, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That was the resolution 14-321 that we're talking about, Chairman.
And thank you for that. So that, with that clarification, I'm asking the legal department, what is their opinion, since they issue opinions, and legal ones, on the legality of a council member assigning an organization who he is a principal member in office space and occupying that office space as a government building without a CEA. And from what I just gathered, a lot of money went into those buildings.
Storage buildings have brand new kitchens when their kitchen is,
Right. So
and they have air conditioner as well.
So that we got some issues here that are much bigger than meets the eye, and I guess I'm waiting on the legal department to give me an off-the-cuff opinion, if nothing else.
I can give you an off-the-cuff opinion. What it amounts to is that the legal department will work with the council and particularly with the group that's standing in front of you to be certain that we can work out whatever has to be worked out so that they succeed. Now, that said, the legal department, I'm not sure what you're talking about because I didn't know any member of this organization had an interest in on the council.
Not us. Not
Oh,
us.
I'm sorry. Then I'd misunderstood. I also know that Ms. Hughes has been using her own funds, literally out of her own pocket, to keep them going. Okay. So I'll be glad if I would really seriously, Benny, I'll be more than happy to.
Well, let me clarify.
Who had the interest?
Festival.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Bartholomew, I want to complete my
ahead.
thoughts. The question is that we have an individual council member who passed a resolution who gave office space to 3 different entities. One of the entities involved is basically his entity.
Oh, it's not this one, okay, I
Not
didn't know.
this one.
I didn't know, okay, I
So
apologize.
the resolution that
sorry.
I'm asking you, is it legal?
What's the ethical considerations in him doing that, whoever that was?
Especially in light of the fact that they're sitting here saying that those two buildings have been pretty much renovated with new kitchens and facilities, and they have nothing, and they're all included in the same resolution.
I got you.
It seems to me that the resolution was extremely self-serving and potentially a violation of the charter.
Well,
And
you're
I'm
talking
asking
about
the legal-
ethical considerations too, you're right.
So I'm asking the legal opinion to put something together to clarify where we stand and file any unnecessary actions that are warranted, whether it be whatever the reasons, whatever the findings are, to take them to the appropriate authorities to get this resolved. Because, first of all, putting up $228,000 is a surprise to me, you know, but I've been surprised a lot lately. So, would the legal department take that on?
Yeah, we'll do that, Mr. Roussel. We sure will. And, you know, we have the Seafood Festival this weekend, so a lot of their stuff's going to be moved out of the building they're storing it in. I mean, this might be a good time if you guys wanted to swap them back.
Well,
I'll second that.
well, before that, the Seafood Festival, I'm going to say, and the Orange Festival.
The answer to your question,
Can I just finish?
the answer to your question,
Not
Mr.
finished.
Roussel, is we absolutely will do that.
Thank you.
Okay, but before we make statements like moving people, this is why we're in the situation we're in now, Shane.
Yes.
Is because we just arbitrarily make moves without CEAs or contracts. So I'm sorry, Lily, we want to get you a building.
We've got a CEA now, Mr.
You know what, and I haven't seen it. Has any other council member seen a CEA?
But why are we being punished for the formal legal department's ineptness? That's not these kids' fault.
I understand that, and we're working to get a CEA, they're working to get one done.
But in
But
the
he can't
meantime,
just,
our kids are gonna be
I
punished
know,
for that,
and that's
though.
why I said, it was a can of worms that's opened up, and unfortunately, we need to get a legal opinion on the legality of being there. If some kid gets hurt in this building or gets killed, who's responsible? We do not have a CEA in place or a contract in place.
We will have one in place as quickly as humanly possible. We told
Okay,
that to Ms. Hughes.
but get it
And
in
Shane's been drafting it. There's
Okay,
no doubt
but
about
get it
it.
in place. Don't make comments that we're moving other people out and moving people in. But we don't know. I don't know. I've looked up legislation, I can't find it. I can't find ordinances, resolutions to say that. I understand, I'm behind you 100%. Believe me, we want to find you a building. I would move you into the library temporarily if we have to give you a place to stay, until we can come to a resolution that provides for a CEA in a legal place for you guys to operate out of.
Right.
I'll draft it, I'll introduce it, I'll offer it, but we have to do this legally. That's all I'm saying.
And I understand the parish's liability. I understand that part. We damn sure the kids are the first and foremost.
Absolutely.
Right? And I came here, not a very, very happy man, but seeing some of your responses, Ms. Allen, thank you so much for what you said. And I believe, Bo, I think you're going to go in the right direction, but you got to understand something. I've been part of this. I threw baseballs, footballs, and basketballs my whole life. God threw me a curveball. He gave me that great young man right there. The most important thing in my life. Okay? And before I let anyone in here do anything that takes away from his ability to succeed at his goals, I will take you down the dark road. I promise you that. And I don't believe that. I'm just letting you know. I am passionate. Don't say something in this meeting and don't follow through with it.
Well, let me say this to make myself clear, because I've been down dark roads before.
Me too.
And my position is this, that first of all, you know, whatever CEA they have, this government has a procedure to follow. Just as the last government passed a resolution assigning you office space, which I don't know how they legally did that because of the fact that there's no, I mean, we, as a government, we are not allowed under the Article 7 of the Constitution to go around giving away public property, giving away public funds without a benefit to the public as a whole. Because the people that sit at home and watch this meeting are going to be scratching their heads, well, how do I get a building? Or how do I get this? You see? And so, no, you're not yet. So, what we have to resolve is, how is the legal department going to make this right? Which led to the other questions about the other festivals, and are they legally occupying a building? Now, taking away the fact that you have a dilapidated building and they have a great building because they spent a lot of public money to get that, we have an issue, in my mind, of resolving that to whether or not it's legal of what went down or ethical what went down. Because when I go down to see any constituent, you know, I want to be able to have a clear conscience that we did the right thing. And I don't think that anybody that I've spoken to has mentioned anything negative about your program. It's not your program that is the problem. It's the process and the responsibility of this government as to what we provide for you. So, you know, if the legal department says that they are going to have a CEA, I'm hoping and assuring that it's going to be a legal CEA where the government has a benefit for being able to give you something of benefit that the government owns. And that's going to be a challenge for them to make. Sure, you can say something as soon as I'm finished. Okay. To make that happen. So that's where we're at. So I don't think anybody has said anything negative about your program or thinks anything bad about your program. It's how we get there.
Yes, sir. And just two things. Well, we got to find out where the money's at. Okay? I understand. I'm just saying the important thing.
You might want to look under the pavilion.
Give me an answer. How long will it take to find out where the money that was appropriated for these children is at? It can't be that hard. I heard Mr. Burt talk about auditing and all that, and that's all good parish government. I think what Shane and them was saying is that it's got to be transparent. It's got to be transparent. It's got to be there. It's all got to be right. Well, at this point, I think everyone in this room realizes something's happened, and it ain't good.
Well, if you've been here all day,
yes, sir, I have.
We have investigative powers now for fiscal matters.
Right.
So
yes, I have.
I would hope that the audit committee moves in a fiscal investigation that's approved by the legal department, and the administration tells us at the finance department where the money went. And I'm all for finding out where the money went.
I bet you are.
Believe me.
Right.
So can we get an agreement with the legal department, the audit committee, and the administration to put a legal investigation together for financial matters?
I think we can, yes, sir.
Thank you all.
And one last thing, Mr. Rousseau. Mr. Black, if you could, please work diligently to make sure these young people have a place until all this is worked out. That way they don't have to miss. And if I can help you in any way, I'll be there to do that.
Listen.
Let me say one thing about that. On an emergency basis, legally, you really could put them. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Kurt, for helping me out here. Sorry. 1 second, Mr. Black has the floor.
Now you're doing it. Yeah, right. No, I've made that assurance to you on the phone, and that's why we started investigating it, my assistant and I. And we're going to come to a resolution. Believe me, we will. Okay, thanks.
I got to say something.
Councilman Juneau.
Okay. I talked to Ms. Hughes, and I told her that we were going to do something, and we are going to do something. Personally, I got to apologize to y'all for what happened. I think y'all were used as a pawn and as janitors, and I'm sorry for that. We're going to have to correct it. If you give us a little time, we're going to try it. We've only been here for a little while. We got a lot more than this. We're putting them in priority, believe me, and we're getting to it. But I want to thank the parents and the children for everything they've been doing. And we've been hearing a lot of good, we've been hearing some bad. I'm glad y'all came here to explain and tell us the exact thing that was going on. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized? Go ahead.
Yes, Mr.
If
President.
I may request, the financial department, Mr. Surpass, says that he will, if he can find the ordinance and such, he can give you the information on the financial situation.
I mean, I look at the ordinance, I mean, no one brought this up to me, but I'll be glad to do this as soon as I get back to the office. See exactly,
I have copies of all the ordinances and
okay.
give you
Give it to me, I'll trace it all the way through and see exactly, if the money was, where it was put to start with. No one had mentioned this to me, so I didn't.
around from different departments, and then when those 8,000. Sorry.
Okay, that's fine. If you get me a place to start, and I'll be glad to do that.
We will. Thank you very much for that. And I would just want to say thank you for hearing us out today. I know that y'all have a lot of business to take care of. And the only thing I wanted to say earlier is we truly do, well, this has been quite a civics lesson for these young people, for 74 young people in our parish. I'm not really pleased with what they've learned, but I'm hoping it can come to a good end. And we have studied the constitutional charter for the state of Louisiana. We understand the gratuitous government not being able to give gratuitous, but we feel and we can demonstrate certainly, absolutely, the service that we provide to this parish, just like PAWS does, or Community Action, who are also very good organizations. So we would really like an opportunity to do that as well, with measurable outcome that we've had for several years. And thank you so much for everything.
Let
me just say one last thing. I was going to say basically what she says. The benefit to the parish doesn't always have to be money. It should be sometimes. But by the same token, on an emergency basis, I'll give you an off-the-cuff legal opinion. On an emergency basis, if they're in a dangerous situation in one of our buildings, and there's better space somewhere else, you can legally move them to some other part of where it's not as dangerous. I will check with our insurers, to see if we can get them covered, at least for the time being. We'll be glad to work with them, and you, Mr. Russell, seriously, and get it done as quickly as possible. It should not be, I don't like this expression, but it should not be kicked down the road anymore.
Yeah.
They need to find out where that money went, and they need to find out how to get going in the future.
Councilmember Bartholomew.
What he just stated, there are two bills, just go ahead and temporarily assign it to them. I don't know why there are two. Tuesday morning, just here we got one take.
Wait, we getting out of the box here now. We have to be responsible as elected officials.
And that's what we want as well.
I mean, we're not here just to throw the door open when we get people coming in and pleading for things, The responsibility at this table doesn't go away just because we have a lot of people that are in a dire need. You have to understand that, at least, that my responsibility is to the public as a whole, and I'm sympathetic to you, but I'm not here to open the door and say you can have whatever you want, come in and get the bank. You follow me? And I'm just using that as an analogy as to what we're talking about now is just putting you anywhere doing these type of things. I'm hoping that we can work it out and find you an accommodation with a CEA that makes sense. You've been there for quite a while, so a little while longer is not going to hurt if we are all working towards the same end, is my point. Okay? Thank you.
I have two questions, Mr. Russell, if I could, please. My understanding is that this money was reappropriated to the Plaquemines Performing and Visual Arts Program. How did the Seafood Festival and the Orange Festival come into play on that? How are they performing arts?
Well, it's kind of news to me that that happened, and as you know, we don't have an answer for you at this time. If anyone else has an answer for you, please offer it up now, because I'm not sure what happened, but I have very strong concerns knowing what we're talking about and the people that we're talking about being in control of what went down.
Would you be surprised if I told you that a particular council member told us that that's how it was worded so they could get it pushed through?
Nothing would surprise me looking in the rearview mirror, but it would not surprise me.
And if you could also confirm something, it's my understanding that the roofing and the siding work that were done on the 3 buildings that are the subject that we're talking about were done through a grant, correct?
I don't know the answer, but go ahead.
You talking about the Belle Chase State School?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was all federal money, yeah.
Okay, and I've sent
well, let's clarify that. There's a lot of local money in there besides federal money that was moved from the parish funds to match those grants. So we don't know, honestly, exactly where that came from until the finance department tracks down those ordinances and those invoices and see where those invoices were charged. So there were grants back there, but there's also a lot of general fund money, local money besides federal money. So we'll try to get the answer to that.
So in my public records request, I requested a copy of all the vendors that turned in the winning bid and did the work on those buildings back there, so that will be provided to me as well, correct?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's public record.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the request.
Thank you.
Any further comments?
I was there when Keith did the resolution, did it about a library. My thing is this. These kids do wonderful things. They do wonderful things. But my thing was then, and my thing is now, nothing against Ms. Hodge. But listen, if we're going to get a CEA for this, and we're going to give them the appropriated funds they're supposed to have, my thing is then it all will be, it has to include everybody in the parish. And you know, you said that last time. I'm going to be real with you. You know, hey, and I don't see no inclusive people here right now. To be honest with you, I don't see it. But I'm talking about inclusive. Now, you can look at it being racial. You can any way you want to look at it. And that's all I want to see. And we spending public money on it. And I agree with the program. I just want to be inclusive. I want everybody from Breakaway to Bohemia, from Belshade to Booville. Let them be involved.
Look, let me just clear this up. I'm not here advocating personally to subsidize programs. You know, we cut a lot of money out of the budget. If it's office space or occupancy that we're talking about, then I can see us going in that direction. But I don't think that the $200 and something thousand was meant to go out and let them buy paint and brushes and shoes or whatever they need to do. I think that money was supposedly earmarked for the renovation of the buildings, correct? Well, we'll have to cross that road when we get there as far as the direction, but we got to find out where the money went first, in my opinion.
Just want to be inclusive, that's all.
Thank you. Any further comments on this item? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
Hi, Sarah.
My main concern is we've operated without funding for a while. I don't think that would be a problem to operate without it for a little longer. Our main concern is having a building space for like use until all of this is sorted out, even if it's like, you know, something, I mean, obviously with the legal adjustments made to have it there also, like nothing illegal, but our main concern is the building that we need because we have a summer program that we're also working on, and we would need a space for that. And it's made to be a summer program for actually a lot of children that kind of need that. So our main concern is just having a building to work out of for right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Michelle Wilcox. I have one thing further. Danelle asked for a public records request. I did the public records request specifically on the property, the government property complex, for all and any subcontractors underneath good old All South. And I could tell you, good old Hinckley's company is not on it, but we know that he did the work. So again, we're asking for an evaluation by the internal auditor, which ends up turning into, because we don't have the transparency. I know they did all this work on the building, and that building that they started out in is the building that they put the roof and sides on, and then he politely asked her to move to another building so the Seafood Fest could have it. And there are ethics complaints that went in about that because it's not in the artsy. She's absolutely right, and it's not right, but I think that there needs to be a little clarification that we have that, and nowhere on there is the companies who got paid. So where did they get paid out of? Who paid them? And why was he allowed to do work on a building when he was councilman? That's all.
Warren Lawrence, one comment is that I think these children and these people here today should come out in full support, because this shows why this parish needs an inspector general. This is totally a case, proves it, that you can't lose money, and I don't know whether it's fiscal or ethical or criminal. And the last recommendation I'd make to these people, call Lisa Orrick.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is June Mistage, and I don't think anyone will tell y'all that this organization is non-profitable. So they aren't getting money from anyone, but with these few dollars, these kids pay her every month to go to this.
Thank you. Any further comments or discussion on this item? Yes, sir.
One more, I'll be brief. Mr. Burt, in regards to the audit committee, I hope that, I've heard today that it seems like the finance people are going to be willing to give you some records. I hope that doesn't just wash away any investigation that you might deem necessary, because what I'm hearing could be possible misappropriation of funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
In that resolution we adopted today, that is a financial matter that the audit committee could look into.
Thank you. Any further comments? That balloon has been popped and we can move on. Next item will be update and presentation by District 7.
I have a few questions, and maybe one question to administration, and it's regarding to Mr. Stanley Wallace, or maybe President Cormier. I'm still having problem with my public requests. They're not. I'm not getting any answers. My outfall ditches. I need the streets to be addressed in my district. I'm just not getting any assistance.
Miss, everything ready? Miss Audrey, 10 years ago we had 57 people in the heavy equipment department. You had machines to do the work. You had to go down the line and do as many as you could. Now I've got 16 people in that department. I got maybe 12 working machines that could do ditches. And these people are coming as fast as they can. I try to answer them as you would like them, but I answer everybody as I go along the line. Now, just like today, I had one guy, one councilman, wanted a machine to move from here to Port Salford to do a 50-cent job for him and then move my machine back. Now, when I start going down that line, we are working with Prom. Prom is missing. Prom has 8 tractors parked with nobody on them. Heavy equipment's got 9 machines, but nobody could work them on there. I could go down the line over and over and over and come out the same thing. We are going as fast as we can and as good as we can. Now, a lot of people getting a lot of work, and I have definitely done some work in your district. Now, just to give you a piece of paper saying we're coming, tell me what that's going to prove to you.
Yeah, I don't want
I'm going to say they're coming, and I could say they're coming, but I got at least 60 or 70 complaints like that on that desk in there. And I'm going to say, we're coming. We're coming. That's all I can say.
Councilman Salvin, it's completed.
I guess he's coming, Mr.
That's all I can say.
Well, while we're talking about, lack of manpower and all of those things, when we start giving away money, we need to look at what we're doing as far as not funding positions that we crucially need and those type of things.
Okay. Before this next council meeting come in the next 2 weeks, matter of fact, in the last 3 days, all 3 of the superintendents are going to be in my office. We're going to go through the books, each machine, piece by piece. You will get a copy of it. I'll show you what you need. I don't have to tell you. I'll put it in paper for you and let you make a decision. If you want to go back with what we got, fine. If you want to go forward, somebody's got to put out some money.
Well, I would hope that because of the fiscal situation, that we start looking at positions that become vacant and utilizing the existing funding and move it to vital positions.
I agree.
So that's where the administration needs to start looking, because we have a lot of positions up on the board. If we don't have a priority, I'm afraid you won't get all your positions.
Right, and in my position, my problem is this: we have the bonds we have for just people that hired.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? When I'm
No,
saying
I-
you don't have nobody I could say is a doze operator. You don't have nobody that can cut grass with or the long boom machine. We got bodies, and each one of the superintendents are actually going through a training program to make this parish become efficient.
Councilmember Juneau.
When we get the money, which I hope is coming soon, we're going to have to get a contract company to start from the beginning of the parish and go to the end to dig out ditches. And once this is done, everybody should be happy. Until then, Mr. Stanley, you just do as good as you can, because this is what's going to happen. We're going to have to contract out those ditches because we got so many in this parish and it's so long that one day we're going to get the money and we're going to be able to complete it. Thank you.
The only comment I have with that, it's been tried before and it didn't work. So, you know, the ditch is going to be a problem from now till. They're always going to be a problem. I did see something on iPhone the other day with this machine coming down, and it just grinds a tree down to the ground, the whole stump and everything. Piece of equipment that you could go down and wipe out all of the trees.
Watch what I'm going to tell you.
It was amazing.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Watch what I'm going to tell you. We have one. Where's the operator to use it? We got him training. I got my superintendent training one to run right now.
You got one of those?
Yes, we have one.
But,
Well,
but
good.
my
Audrey.
concern, Mr. Wallace, is that we are approaching the hurricane season, and if the ditches are clogged up now, it's automatic flooding.
I understand your concern. We got one vacuum truck. One.
Right.
Right now, they're using that vacuum truck over there to try to, it's in Bohemia, sucking out them covers that. We're going to get fined for it because we're probably not going to get it done before we get inspected again by the federal government.
Mr. President, I would like to end right there, and I want to cling to the thought that he said he's coming.
Send him down.
Well, I know about ending.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilmember Bartholomew.
Yeah, a vacuum truck, I don't know what that thing is at. Might have been a buzzer on the East Bank. And my understanding is that we're supposed to clean those covers out so we can maintain certification. Now, the latest word out in the air is that we won't maintain those covers. We're going to lose certification of the federal levy. So that's a problem. And I think a lot of problems, you got people who don't want to follow directions. And so, whatever it may, that's what it is. But we cover the 38-mile radius on the East Bank. One district, 38 miles. We're the longest district. We have more ditches. We have more highways. We have more grass. We have more trees than any district in the parish. And I'm still weak. Not by his fault, but because of the way it is.
We completed with District 7
May I
and
make
District 1.
May I make one comment?
Yes, sir.
And that is with the equipment, is that having went through the Severn Trent contract, I would like to know who administers the contract, to say how many vacuum machines that they have under lease from this parish.
You talking about ST, how many equipment that they rented?
Yeah.
I guess we got to have a meeting on ST. Anyway.
They have more than we have, and they're ours.
Yeah, okay. Write that down. Any further comments or discussion on update presentation, Councilman Salvo? None? We'll move to item 7C. Councilmember?
Yeah, this is just an update to Resolution 1525 that Councilmember Lapine introduced on my behalf. It was a resolution authorizing the parish president to prepare and submit an application for funding in partnership with the YMCA with FEMA Disaster Assistance Program for due-use hurricane-safe room facilities. Mr. Henry, as you know, this was about the YMCA and the gym. The YMCA is elected not to use that grant. Good. So, just wanted to give you guys an update on. All right. Thanks.
Right.
That's it.
We move, any further discussion on item 7C? If not, we'll move to item 7D.
presentation on the Restore Act.
Yes, at this time, Mr. Philip Russo.
Mr. Russo.
Yes, sir.
Is this the one that's going to be about an hour presentation?
It's going to be shorter than that.
Okay, because I have a presentation which is...
Which one?
Yeah, item E, which is going to be probably 15 minutes.
Would you yield your time to Councilmember
Sure.
Black?
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll move to item, pass over D, move to item E. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I appreciate your patience, Mr. Ponoff. This is basically a presentation on Champions Park. There's been some miscommunication on exactly where we're at on Champions Park. They had a CEA that wasn't adopted prior to this council coming into office. We basically, when we came in, we took the CEA and pretty much destroyed it. It wasn't conducive or effective or economically feasible for this government to enter into. So we've decided to go back into negotiations with Champions Park LLC. I introduced a resolution earlier in reference to this, which we'll discuss at the next council meeting. But Champions Park is basically a 250-acre piece of property behind the F. Edward Hebert government complex that's currently a wooded area, unused area. So I would like to welcome Doug Wally Ponoff, who's the representation for Champions Park LLC, and give us an overview of your presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman. We've been at this pretty long, about 15 months, over the last 15 months, discussing Champions Park and being able to build a facility second to none across the country. Champions Park is a baseball facility that recruits teams that are 12-year and under that travel ball baseball. They have them all over the country. We don't have one here. What this can do is open up tremendous tourism for your parish. It'll bring new tax dollars in, economic development, put people to work, young kids to work. It is a facility where we house the teams, and the teams' parents come and book the hotel rooms, go fishing here, go to the Gator Country, whatever they could do to spend their dollars from being visitors to your beautiful parish. We're interested in purchasing a plot of land on the Donna track and making this happen approximately 2017. I would like to show you, I did show the council, I'm just showing council. Just want to show the people in the audience. This is the baseball complex that we would like to develop. And if you notice up in the back here, this is where we house the kids. The teams will stay on the property. The parents would come in from all over the country.
Gatorland.
They have facilities in Cooperstown. They have facilities in Maryland, Myrtle Beach, Atlanta. We're trying to bring tourism here. We want to bring new dollars to you, new people that will spend dollars, will spend a week here. We're going to have tournaments every week for the summertime, which is 13 weeks in a row, that will travel and live here and stay here for that week spending their dollars. We are competing with other states and other areas. We feel like we're in the greatest region in America. I think the Louisiana region in this area can bring so much and bring dollars that you've never seen before. One of the things that happens when you build a facility like this, the surrounding area starts to develop. Woodland will be a place where they can go to restaurants, hotels. I was just thinking about you young artists here as I sat back there. Hopefully they can do some wonderful artwork. We'll have these people buy their artwork. So we are going to develop a program that will make this work for all of you. And I'm going to let Doug tell you a little bit about the financial part of it. We're not asking anything from the parish other than to be able to purchase the land and build this facility and make this thing happen.
Originally, when we brought this to the parish last year, we were asking for financial support from the parish in the form of infrastructure and the property itself on a lease basis. Obviously, financial times have changed for everyone, including the parish, and because of that, we think it's probably best for not only we as the developers, but the parish to purchase the property and therefore alleviate the financial constraints that were originally placed on the parish to make the park happen. In doing so, we would take on the responsibility of installing the infrastructure as well as clearing the land and everything it would have to do to get the property in condition for us to build the park. By doing so, we estimate that the commitment from the parish was somewhere in the $4 to $5 million range, and now we're asking for nothing more than the approval to buy the property. We have a potential program in place that would bring additional dollars to the parish above and beyond any sales tax revenue of adding a $25 surcharge to each participant at the park. By doing so, we're estimating that the revenue to the parish over the first 10 years is somewhere between $7 and $10 million. So we think this is a win-win, not only for the developers and the owners of the park, but for the parish and all the ancillary businesses that will be a part of this. We think it'll be a huge increase in tourism for the parish. As Mr. Ponoff mentioned, the economic impact in the surrounding area will be substantial, and it will be an amenity that will be second to none in this area. And when we say area, it's not just Plaquemines Parish, it's the entire region. We anticipate teams coming from around the country. The exposure is going to be tremendous to everyone that's involved. So in our opinion, in the last 12 months, the consolations and considerations that we've made certainly should make this a lot more palatable for the parish to be a part of, and we just ask for your support. Thanks.
The other thing that we do want to mention that's very important, we would like you to have a special tax district in our park. I know your tax here is 8%. We would love to see you tax it at 12%. We have tourism that don't mind spending a little extra dollars, so that would give back to you for any other services and recreation, tourism, economic development. But we're interested in putting money back into your program, and I just want to share a couple of things. We want to, and I know you covered it quick, for every player that comes in here, each team is consist of about 12 players. There will be a $25 per charge per player that will go back to the parish. In Cooperstown, there's 104 teams that go each week in Cooperstown, Pennsylvania. That's over 1,500 players that come in. The dollars is in that town, that little town, changed the world up there. The economic impact is over $150 million each summer. We want to continue to do this during the summer, plus we want to continue to do it during September and October, and February, March, April, and May on the weekends. So we're going to bring people into your parish, and I say this to you, I know you got the 40s. We want to put that on a brochure so they can come fish there. They can go down to the end of the parish and go to the
Woodland Plantation.
Museums, plantations. We got the
Myrtle Grove.
Right, Myrtle Grove. But most important, someone brought up to me in a meeting the other day, you have bed and breakfasts. These people rent everywhere they can stay to be able to come see their children play. And we want to give this back, and we hope in the third year that we're able to give a scholarship, 2 scholarships to each person that works in our facility, young people that work in our facility, to go to college. So we're going to put a lot back into the community. We just hope that we can work out with you guys and make this thing work and make it a reality.
Mr. Ponoff, I want you to mention, you hadn't mentioned it, but which I think is critical and very important, how many jobs you anticipate going to our local community?
We're looking at somewhere between 150 and 200 jobs on a summer basis, and then during the fall and early springtime, it'll probably be closer to 75 to 80, with 25 to 30 of those being full-time positions.
And I'll just add, too, with that, we've had discussions. We met with the Economic Development Board on Tuesday night, and we talked about you know, our young kids who are of age to be employed, don't have transportation, possibly getting, negotiating into this transportation via vans or shuttle buses to have, you know, folks from all throughout the parish participate in employment opportunities, correct?
Absolutely.
Yep.
Absolutely. And I think it's very important, too, that, you know, since we are big in baseball in Louisiana, we would love to run each year a free clinic for all of you young people in this area, boys or girls. We're going to hire a two-lane staff, bring them in, LSU staff, UNO, and bring these people in. Anyone that wants to come teach the kids how to play baseball and softball. So we're big on giving back. Everywhere we've been, this has been a success, and I don't know why we wouldn't do it here. We want to be with you guys. I think the key to this whole thing is the people in your parish. They're beautiful people with a great attitude. I want them to go back and say how good we are as Louisiana people in this area. And more important than that, I think we're shooting to get this done by 2017. We were shooting for 2016, so we're a year off, so hopefully we can get it done. Any questions?
Yes, I have.
While you're waiting on that, Mr. Pathala, let me make a couple comments. I also fully support this project. I'm actually a parent of a travel ball baseball player, and I know what I spend on an annual basis and what I see traveling across the country from Florida to Texas. And as financially strapped as this parish is right now, this is definitely an economic engine to diversify the parish's revenue and tax base. So I just want my colleagues to know, as well as the public, I do support this 100%. And Mr. Black, I will support your efforts as well. And we look forward to you guys building this in the near future.
Yes. How many people, students who will you be involved from our area?
It could be.
Not could be. How many?
Well, it's hard for me to tell you because we don't
All
know how
right.
many teams are coming. But we
How many
will say
teams?
this, somewhere between 100 and 150.
No. How many kids from this Plaquemines Parish going to be involved? How many numbers from Plaquemines?
To work?
No, to participate in the program you have.
Well, yeah, I'll explain. It's not a recreation program, so there's no funds being spent by Plaquemines Parish on it. It's a private business endeavor. So I do believe that you did say when there's substitutions that need to be done, you'd bring in folks from a local recreation department. Okay.
Teams that come in from all over the country are very short in the teams. They might have 10, and we're required to have 12. We will have a list of your 12-year-old players in this area, and we'll add them to the team at no cost. They will live in the village. They'll play on the same team with the team from New York or Chicago. We do want to do this too, if you're able to. We would love to have one team in your parish each week to play in the tournament at no cost. So we want to bring them in to enjoy the facilities. And most important thing, when the parents come, there's no charge for them to walk in the door. We want you as neighbors and people in the parish to come through the door, come watch games, come see the different kids from all over the country. So we're not going to charge a penny for anybody that walks in that door, from parents or visitors.
This is selective. They're being selective. Not every kid that participates in baseball will have that opportunity. It's being selective for what you just told me. Now, the other question, you talk about everything on the west side, but you didn't say nothing about the east side. And being a part of Plaquemines, we have sites that you might want to visit over there.
Oh, no.
No, I'm just saying what you said.
You're going to give me the brochure.
Yeah, he did mention Mary Plantation. Mike was at the meeting in economic development, so hopefully he'll brief you on what was discussed. But yes, absolutely, the East Bank was mentioned. Mike made that very clear and brought that up, and Mr. Ponoff addressed those venues.
Well, I'm just saying what was addressed at this meeting today, what was said.
The other thing I do want to mention, this project will run us approximately $22 million. When it's fully, 3 phases, when we finish the project, it'll be about a $22 million project.
So you want to lease the parish land? That's what you want to do?
No, purchase.
I don't think we can sell. We'll lease it to you. That's prime site.
it's prom site that, you know, and we'll get in this discussion later on, I guess, when my resolution comes before us, but that's all I'll say.
I would like,
Mr. Potter,
Yes, sir.
explain to the people, the kids coming in from the other states, how much each child has to pay to come play, and how long will they be here? How many months out the year that you're going to have this going on?
Okay. Basically, everybody has a fee. We haven't determined the fee that we're going to charge exactly, but everybody pays a fee to come. It could be a fee of $500 per child. Some go up to $900 a child. They come into the village, they live in the village, they get fed 3 times a day, they play baseball, the parents rent the hotel rooms, wherever's available for them to rent. They stay in this area, they're going to spend a lot of their money. They travel. No normal family spends between $4,000 and $6,000 on a trip to baseball when you're going for a week. That's a standard number that's been out there, and these people come with big pockets. They come to spend. They love coming to see the kids play baseball, and it's something that we're going to develop all the way through summer and all the way through the fall to November 1st, and then start up in late February to run weekend tournaments. Right now, we were just discussing it over lunch, discussed this, that just the last 3 weekends in this area, different fields that have been built, they had 80 teams playing over the weekends at different facilities. So there's a lot of children who play baseball. In fact, just to mention, there's 250,000 12-year-old and under teams in this country that travel in the United States. If we get 1%, you'll be a very happy parish, because a lot of people will benefit from this. And then it's nothing better than to have young children come to your parish, enjoy your things, and hopefully come back to enjoy it without playing baseball. So we're going to be exposed to TV, radio. There's going to be a lot of people in this area you've never seen before.
Also, all these are travel teams, and they're exceptional kids. They're not just kids that's played during the weekend. Am I right?
No.
No. These teams are made up of anywhere from 12 to 15 kids who, as a group decide to travel and play in tournaments around the country. You do have some elite teams, obviously. A team that my son played on and went to Cooperstown, New York, was made up of just 12 boys who wanted to play baseball, and we were one of the most underperforming teams up there. The kids had the time of their life. My son still talks about the trip as the best thing ever happened to him. The baseball is the last thing that they're concerned about. They want to be with their friends. They want to meet other people. They want to have a good time and experience something they've never seen before. It's the first time they get to spend a night out, and they really enjoy it. But no, this is not all elite teams, and it's not going to be a situation where...
Okay, I understand that. But if they don't have any kids that cannot afford to get on that field, am I correct? Or do y'all sponsor kids that cannot afford it?
No, we don't sponsor any teams. However, as Mr. Pontiff did mention, we will have local teams that can play free of charge. At least one team per weekend and per week tournament. And those will be local teams.
I would like to speak. I, too, am a parent of a child who plays travel baseball, and my husband coaches a travel team. We started off, we had a group of kids from Plaquemines Parish, and last year we traveled to Disney World and played in the ESPN Wide World of Sports. We've never went to a facility like this. We didn't go to Cooperstown. But you don't have all elite players. Like they said, you have different divisions. You have single A teams, double A teams, triple A teams, and you progress through the development. And as you win games, USSSA, for example, depending on the points scored, points allowed, you are moved up to different brackets. This is a great opportunity for children of all ages, and it's a great benefit for our community. Like this weekend, we're playing at Valreese and Chalmette. The team entry fee is $350. When you go on a week, we went to Disney World last year, and it was $2,200 per family just to get into the tournament. That's not counting the money that we spent locally. So it would be a huge economic boost for our area. So I'm in full agreement and support with this as well.
Mr.
I
Chairman.
would just like to, I would just like to say, as far as utilization of hotel rooms, as far as I know, we only have 2 hotels in the northern part of the parish. I would think that most hotels, with the location being in the proximity where so close to New Orleans, I would think that most of the hotels would be utilized in the New York metropolitan area.
I love your thoughts. Actually, in order to attract people here, let's be honest, we're in the top 5 cities in America. New Orleans attracts people to come. But at the same time, you have an area here where, just like Cooperstown, well, actually it's in, how you say it, Oneida? Oneida. It's about 20 miles out of Cooperstown. Cooperstown is the home of baseball. They started with one small hotel back in 1995. They have over 7 hotels there, packed for 90 days in a row. So the economic impact to that area blew it off the charts. Now, remember this, in Cooperstown, they have 104 teams a week for 13 weeks. 3 years in advance booked. I hope that I can stand up here, Ms. Audrey, and tell you we're booked for 3 years in advance. And most important thing, that I can look out and see 2 or 3 hotels being built. Economic impact of putting people in jobs. Not only the tax base that we're talking about ourselves, but the tax base in all the other areas that are going to be built around here that are start generating. So when you look at you're hurting for money, let's create the money. Let's bring the people in here. Let's show them what we really have. And I'll say this to you. In 1996, 97, I went to Cooperstown with my son. I actually played for LSU, was on the national championship team. He still says, other than that trip to Cooperstown was the greatest trip he ever had. I came back from there, and Mitch Landry, who I know very well, I told him to take his son there. He came back. He called me up. He said, I want you to build this. I want you to build what we just saw. I want you to build in Alexandria. I said, I'm not going to Alexandria. I'm in this area. And this is the time to build it. It's the fastest growing baseball community in the world today. If you go out the playgrounds. You see, the playgrounds are not happening anymore. They're doing travel teams. Valeries, Chalmette Valeries, Hammond, Lake Charles, all those places, they're booking up and going to play. All we want them to do is come play here for a week. And I think we'll show them what we have. And then we'll go back to their area and bring back the futures who want to come. And one great thing is, every year there's a new 12-year-old. Every year. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I would like to suggest to Mr. Pontiff, in lieu of Mr. Barthelomew's remarks, that you can incorporate, I think it's a tremendous concept that you have for the parish. What I'd like to see you do is to look into some type of tour bus that could take one of the teams down to the Diamond area for Buras, Boothville, Venice, and the Port Self area, cross the river, go to Davant, and schedule games, and that way it would expose all of these visitors and the young men to the entire parish, as well as giving a chance to all of the kids who don't even play travel ball the opportunity to get exposed to other cultures and other kids to make friends throughout the country.
I love that idea, and I'm hoping to expose them to all of your things that you have in the parish, but you giving us a brochure, so when we mail it out to the teams, they know they can come fishing here, they can do a lot of things here that they have never imagined that they have here. So we want to do that and make that work for all of the people.
Yes. I'd like to ask a question. Didn't you make the same proposals for Jefferson Parish Council? Did you make the same proposal to Jefferson Parish Council?
Right before the storm. And the storm hit and things have changed. They called us to ask them to propose. but what happened, it didn't go through because of the fact that the storm hit and the monies weren't there. We were trying to do it as a joint venture, and we decided now that we would do it on our own.
Got way more teams than Plaquemines have, a lot more land available, a lot more hotels and everything. Did you know Plaquemines Parish just did the lease agreement on the World Trade Center? Valuable land as it is back there. I'm going to say it publicly, and I'm always going to say this. The parish, you guys there, sitting behind them desks there, in the chairs, the people will really be adamant against you selling that property.
What would you propose doing with it?
Listen, if you're going to do anything legal, hey, the property is there. We are a parish, and let's be straight. Don't say that at some point you're going to need a new school. Where are you going to build it at? Where are you going to build a school at? You're going to need a new school.
They're
We
utilized,
got to think about the future here.
the proposal's 250 acres out of 1,100.
Don't say you're going to need a new school.
I know. The proposal's 250 acres out of 1,100.
I do not, I just can't see this parish selling valuable parish property like that and not thinking about the future. We live in a parish very hurricane prone. We don't know how our next hurricane could be. We don't know if we have to move all our offices up there one day. We don't know that. But we just sell off, and sell off. We're going to be up a creek. We need to think about this real seriously. Real seriously. If we can't lease this property, ain't no way in the world I will sell this property.
Would you invest $25 million on a piece of property that's leased that it can be taken back at any time by that parish, by that government?
They're
looking to invest $25 million.
That's a business decision, Mr. Black, not a government. You represent the government.
I know.
You're not representing the business interests here, but it seems like you are.
No, the government,
You know,
the government.
That's what it seems like to me. You know, and I'm very disappointed in this government to sell valuable property like that, knowing the kind of state this parish is in. I just can't see it.
We're gonna, by the sale of property, we immediately get capital, okay, by the sale of property, immediately get capital. And then the long-term effects of it is what Mr. Ponop just stated. The tax dollars that come in annually, and he gave an estimated of $7 to $10 million within 10 years.
I come in and sell you a bit of goods too. But we always, like Ms. Audrey said, you're going to build a $22 million facility. Ain't got but 2 hotels in the parish.
But hotels will come. That's what he just said.
Yeah.
Those things will follow.
Yeah, like building it gonna come. Let's be real here, man.
All right.
Like I said, Jefferson Parish got nothing but ball fields and land. Why they come put it in Jefferson Parish? They could have did a great job there. You got all the infrastructure that'll do it. All the infrastructure. Telling you, it's a bad deal. Bad deal.
Thank you for your comments. Any more comments on this item? If none, we will move on. Yes, sir.
Build it, and they will come.
Thank you. Next, Councilman Burt has requested to move to item G ahead of item D, which, how long will you be? You're going to be 5 minutes?
This poor guy will never get it.
I mean, they flew in all the way from D.C. to get this presentation, and they've got
they did?
things that they need to get to.
All right, come on up.
Defer H.
Y'all can do 5 minutes? Okay, well, if
5 minutes?
all
5
right.
minutes, yes, sir. We move to item number G. 5 minutes.
Put me on the clock. Good afternoon.
You're on the clock.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the council, and Chairman, I appreciate y'all giving me an opportunity. With it being a new administration, I just wanted to put this in front of y'all. I represent 18 constituents who have previously obtained a judgment against the parish, their judgment creditor. And we realize that the payment of any judgment is a voluntary action that has to be done by the council, that we can't enforce it. But we'll ask y'all to do the right thing, being very sensitive to the budget problems y'all have, that every governmental entity has. We realize that it's something that is not an immediate fix and probably can't be taken care of right away, but we want y'all to know, since y'all are a new administration in here, that these are constituents of yours that do have a judgment against the parish, Not a substantial judgment, maybe to y'all, but to them, it's a lot of money to them. And we'd ask that y'all consider that in the future when you're doing your budget and when you're amending your budget, that you would consider strongly at some point paying these people who have went through the judicial system, done everything right, tried the case, obtained the judgment, and are now a judgment creditor of you. And if y'all have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have, but y'all have had a long day today, and I don't want to waste y'all's time.
Are there any questions? We thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
At this time, we will move to item D with great apologies for you guys flying in and not realizing that you came all the way for here. What? Yes, sure.
And, sorry, while David's handing this out, I guess I'll introduce this group here. Giving a briefing on many of the different funding streams Plaquemines Parish will have available for coastal protection and restoration as a result of the litigation and settlements related to the Deepwater Horizon incidents are Teresa Chan and David Roach with the Environmental Law Institute. And thank you all for hearing this. It should take between 30 and 40 minutes, but I promise you it is worth your time.
We thank you, Philip. We apologize for you having to wait, but it was well worth it because you got to stay here and learn a little civics.
Yes, absolutely. We're welcome to wait here. But thank you so much, Philip, and thank you so much for having us here today. As Philip mentioned, my name is Teresa Chan, and I am joined by my colleague David Roach, who's passing out some of our materials there. And we're from an organization called the Environmental Law Institute. I'm sure many of you are not familiar with our organization, so I just wanted to spend a minute telling you who we are. So we are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization based out of Washington, D.C., and our focus is really on research and education in environmental law and policy. And for the past almost 5 years now, we have been working on this oil spill. And we've been working to provide information to folks about the various restoration and recovery processes that have been put in place in the wake of the BP oil spill. They're fairly complicated processes, but we try to break them all down and try and make it clear where the money is coming from, how much funding might be available, and how things are progressing. And now, as you see in front of you, David has passed out some materials. And that provides just a sampling of some of the materials that we've produced on the various restoration and recovery processes. Just a note, you'll also see in there's an evaluation form. If you do have a minute at the end of this and you want to fill that out, that would be really wonderful. It's really helpful for us to make us understand what's been helpful and what we can improve on. So just a pitch for that. But anyway, I know we're getting our presentation up still, but as that's happening, I know it's going to be probably a little difficult to be able to see the PowerPoint presentation, but where I can, I'll probably point you to some of our materials so you can see what I'm talking about. But we are going to focus in on 3 of the main restoration and recovery processes that are going on in the wake of the spill.
Where did they go?
Would you like me to
We
pause?
do, but...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Would you like me to go on? Okay.
Well, I want to know where these guys are.
Jones over there.
All right, they're coming back. Oh. You're sitting in the special section, I understand. All right, sorry about that, I couldn't see you. Teresa, what is your,
Sorry?
C-H-E-N?
Oh, C-H-A-N.
C-H-A-N.
C-H-A-N, yes.
And your colleague?
David Roach, and his last name is R-O-C-H-E. We'll just continue. Oh, here, it's coming up here. But we're going to focus in on 3 of the main processes that are going on in the wake of the spill. One being the Natural Resource Damage Assessment, also short-formed as NRDA. the Restore Act, which I'm sure lots of folks have heard about, and also focusing in on the funds from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. So I'm actually going to turn things over to David to start to tell us a little bit about the natural resource damage assessment.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having us today. Teresa's going to switch it up ahead, and we also have enough materials for everyone in the room. So they're all right here. So we welcome everyone to get them, and maybe Teresa can even help hand those out. So as Teresa mentioned, there's 3 main funding processes, and I'm going to be talking about the first one, the Natural Resource Damage Assessment, and you'll hear people call it as NRDA, and that's what I'll be calling it today. So NRDA begins when oil is released and resources are harmed. The idea is to return natural resources to the condition they would be in had the oil spill never occurred. So this graphic shows just an idea of what NRDA tries to accomplish. On the left is before the oil spill. Oil spill happens, and you can see things that are harmed. Habitat, seagrasses, marsh, that sort of thing, resources, oysters and fish, and also lost services, lost recreational use, represented by the lawn chairs there, but also boat trips and that sort of thing. So who's involved in the NRDA process? It's federal agencies, state governments, and tribal governments. In Louisiana, the lead trustee, as they're called, is the CPRA, though there are additional trustees involved in Louisiana. And what they do is they conduct an assessment and determine compensation owed by responsible parties. The responsible parties are also responsible for the assessment, which in this instance is mostly BP, but also jurisdictional members. So this is a schematic of how it works in practice. Stage 1 is already done. It was determined that there were injuries and that there was restoration possible. Where we are right now is stage 2, where they're assessing the injuries and determining. Oh, yes?
Is it in, that slide is in here?
Yes, that slide is in the binder that you have. So where we are right now is in stage 2, and it's a complicated process. It's 5 years later, and stage 2 is not complete. They're still assessing injuries, which is a largely scientific process, and a lot of it is happening in a little bit of a black box right now because of a threat of litigation after this is decided. So usually stage 2 would have to finish to get to stage 3, restoration implementation, but this instance is slightly different because of early restoration. In 2011, BP agreed to fund $1 billion of early NRDA projects. In exchange, they would receive offsets that would be, so their final liability after the full assessment is completed, they'd be offset against that. And the types of offsets are for habitat, like I mentioned earlier, marshes and those sorts of things, resources, oysters, those sorts of things, and lost recreational use as well, which includes things like boat ramps, and in Plaquemines Parish in particular, Fisheries Science Center. So here is how early restoration funding has come out so far. $700 million has been spent, including a significant chunk in Plaquemines Parish. And so this is across the Gulf. And phases 1, 2, and 3 are approved projects. Phase 4 was just announced a few weeks ago, and that has $134 million worth of projects, and none of those are in Louisiana. Next slide. And this just shows how Louisiana compares to the rest of the Gulf in this process. So the big project that you see that is a big habitat project is called the Outer Coast Restoration, which is a $318 million project occurring partially in Plaquemines Parish off the coast. And so what's next? This is where everything fits together. We have the early restoration and then the ongoing full restoration, which could be significantly more. So the biggest thing on early restoration is that there's still $300 million left to spend, and some of that may be in Plaquemines Parish, though a significant chunk has already been spent there. But the big thing that's coming is the full assessment. We don't know exactly when this is going to be complete. There's been talk of how much money it could be, but it could be significantly more than is already on the table. And the reason we don't know that much is the possibility of litigation or a settlement. So after the plan is complete, BP either has to accept it, or it can go to, or settle, or it can go to litigation. And just to give you a little color to what's happening right now, in their 5-year report, BP did say something that the Gulf is returning to baseline conditions, so the indicating that the NERDA will indicate less money. And the trustee council, who is responsible for it, responded that that statement was inappropriate as well as premature. So it seems that both sides are setting up a little bit adversarially. And so Teresa will talk about the big one that is really important for Plaquemines Parish, the Restore Act.
Great, thanks, David. And we talk about adversarial. I think that's showing its colors through on the Restore Act for sure. So I'm going to talk about the Restore Act, which I think many folks have heard of or are slightly familiar with in some way. Before I start to dig into Restore a little bit, I just want to take a step back and tell you where the Restore Act comes from. And it really starts with the Clean Water Act. And the Clean Water Act prohibits the release of oil into U.S. waters in amounts that might be harmful to the environment or to the public. And someone that violates that prohibition is subject to penalties. And that includes civil penalties. And I think civil penalties, you can move to the next slide. Yeah, civil penalties are really the focus of what's been going on these last number of years because it potentially could be a very large amount. But I think if you've been following any of the news stories that are happening on the civil penalty side of things, you've probably heard a wide range of numbers that have been thrown out for potential penalties, all the way from just a few $1 million all the way up into the billions of dollars. And the reason for that is there are many different factors that are taken into account when determining what those civil penalties are. And many of those are highly disputed, and they're going through the court right now and are being litigated. But one of the big factors is, what was the violator's conduct? Did BP and others act with gross negligence or not? And as you can kind of see from the numbers here, and apologies to you in the back, but there's this chart in our notebooks as well. But if you were found to act with gross negligence, the penalty, the maximum penalty, could be almost 4 times as much as if you were found to have not acted with gross negligence. And another big and important factor is how much oil was released into the Gulf. That's another big major factor in determining all this. So earlier on this year, the court did decide on how many barrels of oil were released into the Gulf, and that was 3.19 million barrels of oil. And it also found earlier on, about a year almost ago now, that BP did act with gross negligence in this oil spill. So when you're looking at this chart, those factors are really important in determining what this maximum penalty will be. Now, a couple points on this. I think a lot of folks seem to think that $13.7 billion, particularly for BP, will hold out this maximum amount of money. But for a number of different reasons, it's very unlikely that that maximum amount will be awarded. One of the main ones is that the court has to take into account a bunch of other factors. This is just considered the ceiling. So $13.7 billion, they can't go above that. But that doesn't mean it will be awarded. And other things such as seriousness of the spill, how much parties helped with cleaning up the spill, minimizing impacts, all of that is taken into account when determining what the civil penalties can be. And the court hasn't ruled on those factors yet, so we don't really know where that's going to be. Okay, you can move to the next one. But what do we know so far? Well, we do know that we have some money already on the table for civil penalties. Transocean settled with the federal government a couple years ago, back in January of 2013, and they settled for $1 billion. But we don't know what BP's going to pay, and we don't know what Anadarko is going to pay. Now, I haven't mentioned the name Anadarko yet, and it's often one of those parties that is forgotten. But it is a partner of BP's, and it is expected that it will pay some sort of civil penalties as well. It's expected to be significantly lower than what BP will pay, so it hasn't been given as much attention as BP. So where does the Restore Act fit into all this? Well, in the normal circumstance, what happens with those civil penalties is they go into the federal government, into this fund called the Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund. And I think there was rumblings very early on here that that money shouldn't go back to the federal government, but it should go back to the Gulf, where the majority of the impacts were felt. So that couldn't happen on its own. You needed some sort of legislation in order to do that. And that's where the Restore Act comes in. And what it does is it takes 80% of those civil and administrative penalties and sends them back to the Gulf. So what do we know we have in terms of money? Well, just a couple slides ago, I mentioned that we have $1 billion settlement with Transocean. So 80% of that, or $800 million, is already available to go through the Restore Act. So before diving in a little more deeply into the Restore Act, I just wanted to make a few overarching points about the Restore Act. I think first and foremost, I think it's very important to keep in mind that this act only applies to the BP oil spill. It doesn't apply to anything before and anything after. And it was actually very unprecedented legislation. I think many were surprised that it passed with the sort of government that was in place and the sort of partisan politics that were at play. So this represents a tremendous opportunity that many folks believe might not ever happen again. A second important point is that although this legislation came out of the BP oil spill, the funds are not necessarily just focused in on restoration and recovery from the spill itself, but they can be used for much broader purposes, which I'm going to get into. Third and finally, in terms of overarching points, while there's a lot of broad uses for this money under the Restore Act, there is some geographic limitations for most of the money that can be used. For the most part, that money is supposed to be used to be carried out for activities carried out in the Gulf Coast region, which is defined under the Act to include the coastal zones, plus federal lands, plus 25 miles and all federal waters. So that's an important term that sort of comes up over and over again in the Restore Act. Okay, so what happens with that 80%? Well, it's divided up amongst 5 different pots of funding. And I think that there's probably going to be particular interest for Plaquemines on 2 of those pots, which are pots 1 and pots 3. Pot 1, because Plaquemines receives direct funding under pot 1, but pots 1 and 3 also because Louisiana, the state of Louisiana, has indicated that there will be matching opportunities from its funds it's receiving under pots and 1s and 3 for the parishes. So potentially of some interest to the parish as well, both of those pots of funding. But I'm going to go through each one of them quickly, just sort of highlighting some of the main points about each of those pots of funding. I'm going to start with pot 1, which is going to receive 35% of the funds that are running through Restore. And that 35% is going to be split equally amongst the 5 Gulf states. So each Gulf state receives 1/5 of this funding. Now in Louisiana, it's something a little different, which is that 1/5 is actually being split amongst the state and then also the coastal parishes. So 70% is going to the state, and the other 30% is going to be shared amongst the 20 coastal parishes. And earlier, middle of last year or so, we saw regulations that came out that actually specifically divided up that money amongst the different coastal parishes. And so for Plaquemines, that is roughly 18% of the funds that are going to the coastal parishes will go to Plaquemines. And that is the most of any of the coastal parishes. So that's where the money goes, but what can it be used for? So I think, as I've indicated, there's a lot of broad purposes, and pot 1 is has a lot of different eligible uses, and it goes all the way from natural resource restoration through seafood promotion to tourism to infrastructure. So it's a wide range of uses for this pot 1 funding. One thing that's, that has to be done before funds can be received, though, is that the state, or in this case a parish, has to put together what's called a multi-year implementation plan. It basically sets out all the activities that the funding is going to be used for.
Excuse me, Ms. Chant,
yes.
may I interrupt you just for a
Yeah,
second?
absolutely.
We've announced this before, but Plaquemines Parish is the first parish
Absolutely.
to be in the MIP plan. So we're already in it. We've been approved by the Treasury Department, and it's the first across the country as well as the Gulf states.
Right, yes, and I was going to get to that too, but yes, Plaquemines does have the distinction of being the first and I believe still the only entity that has an approved multi-year implementation plan. So it's fantastic, and that's focused in, as you all well know, on restoration of Cat Island. So there's still that distinction. I haven't seen any other multi-year implementation plans that have been accepted, so it's quite the distinction. But that had to go out for public comment before it was accepted. Also, another sort of additional requirement for the parishes is that they also have to have a land use plan in place that is consistent or complementary to the coastal master plan before they receive funds as well. So another thing that has to be done for the parishes as well. But as I mentioned earlier on, another possibility with this pot of funding that Louisiana has announced rather recently is that there is a possibility for matching. So the money it's going to receive, that 70%, it says that up to 10% of that can be will be available for a matching for opportunities with parishes. And in terms of what might receive larger matches versus lower matches, they've indicated that projects or programs that are in the Coastal Master Plan will receive a higher match compared to those that are probably than those that are not in the Coastal Master Plan but are still consistent with it. So some potential for funding on a couple different fronts for the parish here. So this is just a quick slide to say what sort of money is available right now under this pot of funding. And talked about earlier, we've got that $800 million, and if you go through the math here, it means that each state has available $56 million right now under Pot 1. And of that amount, 16.8 is going to the coastal parishes, and roughly $3 million of that is to Plaquemines. And you know, the multi-year implementation plan that has been accepted uses all of that funding. So that's Pot 1. I'm going to move on now to Pot 2, which is receiving 30% plus 50% of the interest. And this is going to a federal entity called the Gulf Coast Ecosystem Restoration Council. And that's made up of 11 different members, 6 federal officials and the governors of each of the 5 Gulf states. Now, if you're thinking about that composition, it sounds like the federal entities would hold the balance of power in there. There's 6 federal members, 5 state members. But that's actually not how voting works under the Restore Act. The way voting works is that for most major things that happen under, or that they sort of have to vote on, it really only requires the federal chair's affirmative vote plus the majority of the states. So the states do really hold quite a bit of power on this council. And the main goal of this council is to develop and put in place a plan to restore and protect natural resources in the Gulf. And they came up with this initial plan back in August of 2013, but it was really only a framework. There were no projects, no programs that had been identified in that plan. And it wasn't until last year that we saw some guidelines come out from the council as to how to propose projects. Became very clear, 1, only council members are allowed to propose projects. And 2, at that point in time, at least for that first round of funding, they only had up to 5 different proposals that they could submit. Right now, they're at the stage where they're vetting through all those different proposals that they've gotten through from the council members and expecting to see a list late summer, they're saying. So pretty soon, and at that point in time, the public will have an opportunity to comment on that list. But just, you know, Louisiana is also a member of this council through the CPRA. Chip Klein is the designee right now for the state of Louisiana. And there were 5 projects that were proposed back in November of last year. And just to give you a sense of what they are, they're all over the place, but some projects that you can read up more on the Restore Act Council's website. So in terms of what sort of money is available right now, again, you know, starting with that $800 million starting point and taking 30% of that, right now there's $240 million that's available to the council. And the council has indicated it's going to take about $150 to $180 million of that for this first round of projects. Okay, so that brings us to Pot 3, which is called the Spill Impact Component. And this is another pot of funding that goes to the states. But unlike the first pot, which is divided up equally, this pot of funding is going to be divided up based upon the impacts from the spill. Now, there's a really ugly sort of formula in the Restore Act as to how to divide up this money. So I'm just going to flash this up for a second. You don't have to pay too much attention to it, but it's really to give you a sense of what's going to be taken into account when determining what each state will receive. And that's going to be based on things like miles of shoreline oiled, the population, and the distance from the Deepwater Horizon rig. But a couple things to keep in mind about this pot. 1, each state, no matter what that formula yields, is going to get 5% of the funding. So no matter what, it's going to be 5%. A second thing to keep in mind is that the council is currently, so the council actually oversees this pot of funding, and they're the ones who are administering it. They're coming up with regulations right now in order to determine what each state is going to receive under this pot of funding. And as you can well imagine, it's very contentious, and it's not quite clear when those regulations are going to come out. So in terms of what this pot of funding can be used for, it's very similar to Pot 1 in terms of eligible uses, a very broad range: natural resource restoration, infrastructure, tourism. And there is one limitation, though, on this pot of funding, in that only up to 25% can be used for infrastructure projects unless certain criteria are met. And much like Pot 1, there has to be a plan in place that has to be developed, that has to set out all the different activities that the funding is going to be used for. Now, unlike Pot 1, the parishes are not receiving direct funds under this pot of funding. But as I mentioned earlier on, Louisiana has indicated that it will provide matching opportunities, up to 10% of what it receives under this pot of funding, to the parishes for matching opportunities. Okay, so what money is available under this pot of funding? So if you again take that $800 million, you times it by 30%, $240 million. But right now it's not clear what Louisiana is going to receive of that $240 million. Okay, so brings us to the last couple pots. Those are the three big ones, so I've gone through the heavy lifting for the most part here. These last two ones are the smaller pots of funding. Both of them are receiving 2.5% of the Restore funds, plus 25% of the interest. And this Pot 4 here is focused in on a science program which is being led by NOAA. So this is one of the pots of funding. And and just to show you what's available right now, even though it's only 2.5% of the funds, if you times that by 800 million, there's still already $20 million that's available for this program. So it's not a small chunk of change. And that brings us to the final pot, which is Pot 5. And again, this one is split up amongst the 5 Gulf states to establish what are called centers of excellence. And they're focused in on various research programs that are picked by the states. That's going to be the focus for this pot of funding. And again, it's receiving 2.5% of the funding. And in Louisiana, that means that it's going to be receiving, so far it has $4 million on the table. So now we get to the slide that I really, really hate, I must admit, because one of the biggest questions, or one of the questions we receive most often, is how much money is there going to be and how much money is going to flow through Restore. But there's just so much uncertainty, and being a lawyer, I always hate guessing. But against my better judgment, I have put up this slide as to what is possible under Restore Act, just to give you a sense, really, of some numbers. But the chances of those being the numbers are pretty slim. But what I have done is I've taken the possible maximum amount right now under what we've seen from the court, and I've times that by 80%. So on the BP side of things, the maximum amount is $13.7 billion. And so if you take 80% of that, that's roughly $11 billion. And if you run the numbers through Pot 1, which is where Plaquemines Parish will receive some direct funding, roughly $767 million of that will flow to Louisiana, and of that, roughly $40 million will come to the parish. But as I said, so much uncertainty, the chances of that happening, I think, are pretty slim. And not to forget about Anadarko as well. There's a possibility of them paying some significant civil fines as well. And again, if we take the very maximum, which is $3.5 billion, and you run the numbers through, you get $196 million going to Louisiana for Pot 1, and of that, roughly $10 million or so going to Plaquemines Parish. But again, as I said, definitely don't hold me to those numbers. Even the federal government isn't arguing that the maximum amounts should be awarded in this case. So I think it's unlikely we'll see the maximum amounts, but did want to give you some sense of the magnitude of those numbers. Okay, so I'm going to turn it back over to David to discuss the last pot of funding.
And this one is really brief, so fortunately, no more buckets or pots or anything like that. So to zoom out one last time before we finish this up, there's in the resource handbooks that you have, a lot of the information that we've discussed where you can kind of sit down and read about it a little more, since I know it goes very quickly, and this goes for everyone in the audience too. And then just one more look at the money. So from the NERDA process that I talked about first, that was $1 billion so far, but possibly more on the way. Under Restore, you just saw Teresa talk about that. That could be a significant amount directly to the parish and then a large amount to Louisiana. and now the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation, which people call NFWF, so I'll call it today. Under some court agreements, NFWF will receive $2.544 billion. Next slide. In Louisiana, those funds have a specific restriction, which is to create or restore barrier islands and implement river diversions. And next slide. It's a complicated process to determine what projects are selected. That's not meant to be analyzed, but state agencies are involved in that process, many of the same ones that are involved in NERDA and will be involved in Restore. So where are we now? $400 million worth of projects have been funded, including 2 in Plaquemines Parish, both of which were on the research or design and engineering end of the spectrum. And significantly more money is on the way on the whole for NFWF and will likely lead to many more projects in Louisiana. And Louisiana gets 50% of the funding total, and up to this point, a substantial amount of the funding has gone to Louisiana for the river diversions and barrier islands. But a lot more is on the way, both through this process and the others. So those are the 3 main processes. And Teresa, would you like to get up to finish? Or okay, sounds great.
So I know we've given you a lot of information today, and there's quite a bit. And we should know we're always happy to answer questions. You know, if you want to email or phone us at any point in time. But I did want to note, in addition to these 3 main processes, there are actually a number of other processes and other funds that are coming through. They're given a little less attention, either because they're less funding than these 3 main ones or because they're going to places where you can't get projects or programs. So some examples are the North American Wetlands Conservation Fund that's receiving $100 million. The Oil Spill Liability Trust Fund that's going to get roughly 1.5, or so far at least $1.5 billion, expected to receive more. And $500 million going to the National Academy of Sciences for a scientific program. So there's significant amount of funding, and this is not even all of it, but there's significant amounts of funding that are really expected to flow because of this BP oil spill. And as we've been thinking through it, I think one of the issues that comes to our mind is how do all these different things coordinate, and how can we see the big picture in all of this? And there's a few different tools that we've been working with, but one of the ones that we wanted to show you today, and you can find it on our website, is that we've put together a database of all the projects that have been approved to date. And you can, as I said, find this on our website, and if you go to each of these links, you can hover over them, and you can see what the project is, and you can click on it for additional information. But this gives you an idea of where the projects are taking place. So, so that's one of the tools that we've been trying to use in order to coordinate all these different processes together. So, again, I know that's a lot of information, so late in the day, so I apologize for that. But we're happy to answer any questions that you may have, if you have any right now. As I said, our information is also available on the back of those spiral-bound notebooks, and happy to answer questions that way as well.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Ragus? Would you come to the mic, please?
I have a question concerning the projects proposed by the funding going to the LACPRA. Will the people of the parish have the final say-so on the projects which will be funded?
Are you talking in terms of Restore, all the different processes, the final say?
I'm talking about what the 2 items you mentioned was the restoration of the barrier islands and the Lodge River diversions. Will the public, the people in Plaquemines Parish have the final say-so on that, since they're the ones who will be mostly directly affected by that?
Now, in terms of the projects that are coming under NFWF, you know, in terms of final approvals and what is probably needed in terms of permitting, that I guess it's slightly separate from choosing the projects themselves. So for NFWF, it's a nonprofit organization. And so it doesn't necessarily have the same sort of public participation requirements that some of the other pots of funding will have because they're running through governments. So that one's moving a bit differently. But their focus is, as I said, barrier islands and diversions. But the initial choice of those, you have to work through the representatives in the state and federal agencies that are working with NIFWIF to get your voice heard on those. But NIFWIF is not taking any sort of public comment on those.
Any further comments or discussion?
I have
1 second, Mr. Bartholomew. Councilman
Could you
Bartholomew.
repeat the question I asked and answer? Can some of that money be used for levies?
Yeah, you were asking about flood protection?
Yes.
Yeah, and flood protection, and I'll check for sure, but I think it's one of those identified eligible uses under POTS 1 and POTS 3 and Restore. So, yes, it's a pretty broad pots of funding for those.
Thank you.
Well, yeah. The eligible uses, I will say, are pretty broad, and under certain pots of funding, but they do have to fall within them, and I guess it has to be tied to one of those eligible uses. I'm not saying that machinery is necessarily directly, but if it falls in line with one of the eligible uses, I guess it's possible, but it'd have to be within those parameters.
When I say machinery, we would like some of that restored machinery we had from the storm that was misplaced.
Yeah, and so each of these pots of funding will have a lot of requirements tied to them. So, I mean, I wouldn't say off the bat, one thing yes or no and that, but, depend on the projects or programs that you're putting forward, I guess, in terms of that. And of course, you'll have to recall, too, that these do get vetted through a bunch of different, depending on which pot of funding, will be vetted through different folks in order to figure out if they're acceptable uses.
So, under in the handbook that we have, under CWA and Restore, on this page, sorry to direct, it has a list of eligible uses, so you don't have to take our word for it. You can see it and see if you think that would fit.
Could I ask a question? The multi-year implementation plan that, Amos, you mentioned about, we're the first to have it approved. Do we have a copy of that? Does it have individual projects in it?
Yes, the multi-year implementation plan is available. It's up on I know for sure on the Treasury's website. You put in, I don't know the exact URL for it, but if you put in Restore and Treasury, it comes up. And it's on the right-hand rail, and it will have approved multi-year implementation plans, and you can download it there.
Yeah, Ms. Lott in the Grant Administration Department really did an excellent job. They started on that, I think, in March, and it was approved just recently, and so compliments to Ms. Lott and her
We'd
department.
like to see it. We'd like to see what it looks like. Does it have individual projects in it?
So we'll give you all of the information that we have about it. We'll present that to you. Yeah, the list of the projects, of course, we're never going to do anything as an administration without consulting you
I'm not questioning
and
that.
getting your input.
I'm not questioning that. I was just asking if they have specific projects in that plan.
Yeah, it's the Cat restoration, Cat Island restoration is the focus of that multi-year implementation plan. And you can see the specifics, it's sort of laid out in the multi-year implementation plan.
Are there more projects in there besides Cat Island?
It was the only one. It has other components. You could sort of, yeah, this is only with the first piece of funding, which is relatively small, roughly $3 million or so.
The Transocean company with the $3 million all went to Cat Island, and that was already described in that.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
So once BP and Anadarko are in the same process where the money is flowing, another multi-year implementation plan would need to be drafted for those, which will probably be a substantially larger amount.
So we should be thinking about new projects that we want to put into the next pot of money, so to speak?
Yeah, well, the money will eventually come down, and the parish will receive a portion of that. So yes, this is, certainly, as I said, it has to go into this plan that is, accepted by Treasury, has to be vetted by the public first, but yes.
CPRA projects have to be
Got to come to the mic.
funded by Restore.
Well, I will say Louisiana is focusing on, the state of Louisiana is certainly focusing in on those, on the coastal master plan. That's sort of providing the framework for most of their restoration dollars. So, certainly, and as their matching opportunities would seem to suggest, to the extent, you have a project or a program that's in there, they're going to give a higher matching opportunity to it, matching funds to it as well, so.
So that brings up a question about earlier, Councilman Bartholomew questioned whether or not levies would qualify.
So if you go under...
under the CPRA plan, if the levies are not mentioned in there, then they probably don't have an opportunity to be able to have matching funds from the state towards those projects?
So, okay, so maybe we'll take a step back for a second. So the parishes do receive a separate chunk of that funding, but of course you have to have other things in place, land use plan that's consistent with the coastal master plan, this multi-year implementation plan that's vetted. But if you look at the eligible uses, there's a broad list of them, and you can look here to sort of see all the various ones, and pots 1 and 3 are similar, except for this infrastructure sort of requirement limitation under pot 3. So yes, and if you look there, one of the eligible uses is flood protection and infrastructure.
Okay. Any further comments or questions? Did you want to come to the mic?
Mr. Russo, the plan that came out of the B2 implementation, Arcadis submitted about 20 coastal projects. I'm not sure if it was 20. They submitted a bunch of them. So far, I don't know the coastal side, but I know 3 or 4 of them made the list with CPRA in the state. Now, the state has to prioritize those projects. We actually submitted multi-levy projects, which was the 9A, the 12, the Jesuit Bend, the Diamond Levy, the East Bank back levy, but CPRA is going to do the selection, the priority. So, but we have many projects in that list for that will be pulled up for the possible Restore Act funds.
So it's not our money then?
It's Restore Act. It's all monies that are going to come from BP.
Everything said each parish is going to get so much of money allocated, but then the state going to dictate what projects are being done.
That is correct. But right now, Mr. Bartholomew, from what I hear, we have a lot of projects that are going to probably make it. Now, not all of them are going to be 100% funded. It may require a state match, like we discussed with the Jesuit Bend levy.
What about the East Bank back levy? That's going to make it?
The East Bank is submitted.
No,
I can't tell you. Well, you got to ask CPRA that, Mr. Bartholomew. I can't tell you.
You just said we might have a good bit of them going to be accepted. So it's not acceptable.
Well, yes, sir. I mean, I can't answer that question. Sorry.
You asked to come up.
Yeah, thank you. Call me anytime.
So, Mr. Rittner, who's going to bat for us?
I'm sorry.
So who's going to bat for us?
Actually, two companies right now are speaking with CPRA about all of the projects that were submitted. There's a company with HNTB, and there's Arcadis. Those 2 companies are probably, so far from what I'm hearing, the most successful in the submittals. We beat a lot of people to the punch.
Mr. Chairman, the QIPRA is meeting in Lafayette today, and so by tomorrow we should have some of those projects to be identified.
That's through the QIPRA process, though.
Yeah, that's
different than what we're talking about.
Right.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Anyway, any further comment? Yes, ma'am. You want to come back?
I just wanted to say thank you again for having us here. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, we're ready to take you at the podium. Come on, Mr. Guy. Any further comments or discussion on this item? Hearing none, we will move to, last but not least, item H.
I'm going to defer, but I'd actually request just a couple seconds to add an item to new business. During the course of this meeting, and this really aggravates me, that's why I want to bring it up, it was brought to my attention that my name was listed on some mail-outs at the Seafood Fest. I just want to make it on record that I am not a committee member, nor I have ever been. I asked the question, who authorized it? Wasn't me. So the response I received was because I'm the District 2 councilman, and it's the position of government representation, and that's what they told me. So, because there will be legislation, I'm sure, to come up in the next few weeks or so, but no, and the directors will testify to it. I've never asked for any government services for that festival, have I? So, that's all.
Thank you for that clarification,
Yeah, well,
because I was really worried about it.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm about transparency, and I mean, if my name's on something, I want it to be authorized.
I hadn't seen that, but I take your word for it. Any further comments on any of these items? If not, we move to the approval of the minutes of April 23rd, 2015. Do I have a motion to accept the minutes? Councilman Vitale offers. I'll second. Any comments? Any comments or discussion on the minutes? None. Questions been called. Machine is open. Machine is open, and the minutes are adopted 7-0. Any further business to come before the council today? Hearing none. I have a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councilman Vitale, second by Councilmember Williams. Machine is open on adjournment. Did you want to say something before we adjourn?
I'd just like to say thank you all for having us on this presentation, and also any of the evaluations that were provided in the back of that book. If y'all could bring those forward,
okay,
I would greatly appreciate that as well.
Machine is open on the adjournment.
And Mr. Russo, you look very nice.
Thank you, Ms.
And the meeting is adjourned 7-0 at 5 o'clock. Thank you all.